So you were a geologist, a treasure hunter, and an adventurer from a very early age.
Absolutely. On my little Schwinn Stingray bike, I'd be venturing off out of the neighborhood to parts unknown.
You just brought back a memory, Stingray, with a long seat and the high handlebars, right?
Right, the banana seat,
And
the handlebars, and the big bar in the back. Yeah.
that's pretty awesome. But kidding aside, as far as growing up and wanting to be a mineral person or a gem person, how did you end up going to Brazil to purchase stones? Because I know that's where a lot of your gems come from. I also know that you actually came across a very unique vein and a stone, or you had the opportunity to actually name one of the stones. So tell us a little bit about that.
Well, basically, I had dug a lot of minerals out of the ground in New Jersey, USA, and was actually able to sell some of those. And I was like, wow, I can dig rocks and sell them. That's pretty cool. And this was before the internet. So I realized as I was supplying shops and resellers in the New York City metropolitan area that I needed to find where I could get a good source and supply to provide for my customers. So I went to the Rutgers University Library, where I was a student at the time in my 20s, and went through the card catalog and looked up anything they had on mining localities in Brazil. Because again, this is before the internet. You couldn't just Google it.
Right.
And next thing you know, I got a visa, a passport, and got on a plane and just headed into Rio de Janeiro. Spent a day or two at the beach, then into central Brazil, Minas Gerais. Learned some Portuguese along the way and just trekked around the countryside, making contacts with miners. And, it's all about relationships and making good deals and finding beautiful minerals and crystals. And then I was able to learn about import-export. And I traveled around Brazil to the south, where the amethyst and the agate is, and in central Brazil, where there's the quartz crystals, northern Brazil, where there's the tourmaline. And the next thing you know, I had stuff coming up to the United States, to the port, and was started doing trade shows, and people seemed to like my taste because I supplied a lot of shops throughout, and still do, throughout the United States and even internationally.
And so you're not working through the internet when you select the gems that you want. You actually go to Brazil still, yes?
Yes, not just Brazil, because the stone I named I found in Tanzania, East Africa. So that was a whole other adventure, traveling to the mines in East Africa.
Right, so you're not limited. It's basically where the wind blows you that you end up.
I think it's where God takes me, because I, don't always have a plan, and kind of just shown the way. And, I'm like, all right, I'll give that a shot.
Let's backtrack for just a moment. You mentioned that you were digging up gemstones in Jersey. And I come from the Northeast also, and I used to go to the Jersey Shore. The best I could do were seashells. How did you end up digging up gemstones? I mean, to the point where you could actually sell them? Where were you finding these?
Yeah, well, under our feet almost everywhere are hidden treasures. And actually, New Jersey is a wealth of mineral treasures. It's just they don't really dig for it. In New Jersey, property values are high. And when they dig in the ground, it's usually for a quarry, for rocks to build roads, or to dig in the ground for housing developments. And they find all kinds of stuff, amethyst caves, all kinds of rare minerals and zeolites, prinite, babingtonite, rare minerals. New Jersey, USA probably has much more minerals than Brazil. It's just they're not interested in turning it into an industry and really digging for this stuff.
Have accessibility like you do over in Brazil. But it's interesting because, there are some states that they have found massive mineral sites and they're excited about sharing. It never dawns on me in New Jersey. So I think that's
It's
pretty,
usually more rural areas like, out in Arizona or Nevada or
yeah,
up in Maine or even upstate New York, the Herkimer Diamonds. Maine has amazing tourmalines. California has a whole host of them. You can find beautiful smoky quartz. There's tourmaline mines. And Arkansas. I'm very
that's
good friends
just,
with the hillbilly miners in Arkansas that mine the gorgeous quartz crystals that come from there. So
I was thinking Arkansas when I was thinking about other states. And I have a friend of mine was just speaking to recently, and stories of Atlantis and beyond talk about different areas here now that are or once were inhabited. And all that's left, as far as the story goes, is the minerals. And then our population came in and we built houses, and you don't see them as often. But it's fascinating to think that our earth, it's not just dirt, it's layers and layers of wonderful surprises, wonderful, I'll say, venues for exploration.
yes, that's why every morning I walk outside on the grass with my bare feet and ground. I
Mhm.
do earthing because there's all those mineral treasures under my feet from all over the world.
That's it.
And, just add to that electromagnetic field that we're a part of when we walk on the earth.
Absolutely. Let's share so that everybody knows. We mentioned your name, Jonathan, but your phone number is 904-527-7900. Is that correct?
Yes. See?
Yeah, that's hard to see, but okay, there it is. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So that if folks are looking, they can see, but I'm going to repeat it. So in case they're listening, they
Sure.
can down. It's 904-527-7900. Now you're not far, I should say Aerial Treasures is not far from Wellington. About how long? 10 minutes, 15 minutes? How far are
10,
you?
15 minutes from Wellington here in West Palm Beach, Florida,
Mhm.
close to Royal Palm Beach. I'm in West Palm Beach, but it's the very western part of West Palm Beach, not like by the ocean, but not far from the ocean, but close to Wellington. Yeah.
When folks want to come in and take a look at your beautiful gems, they do need to make an appointment. Is that correct?
Correct. So they can find me on Instagram at Ariel.treasures or on Facebook at Ariel like the Little Mermaid, Ariel,
Great.
Ariel Treasures. So I can be found on social media. I do have a website, arieltreasures.com. However, my website is under renovation right now, but there is information and contact information there. And yeah, I see my customers by appointment because I am a big part of my business is wholesale, where I supply resellers, online marketers, and store owners with stock, but I'm also available by appointment as well to people locally that want to come and check everything out.
Beautiful. Now, I know for a fact you have little tiny stones, like something similar to what I have, where somebody could wear a necklace, but you also have these marvelous caverns that are huge. All right. Any of them
Yes, I do.
show?
You want to see my stones?
That would be great. Let's see your stones.
Okay. Let's see. Probably have to turn my camera around here. Let's see if I can do that. Okay.
How about you just walk and put it over your shoulder? There you go. So folks can see this is just one of the rooms that Jonathan has at Aerial Treasures. And look at this. Look at this fabulous amethyst. When you walk in, it looks like wings. It's magnificent, and it's on a stand. Keep going, Jonathan. Okay, so you can see there's a variety there. There's even those little gem trees. My grandmother used to have one of those in the house. It was all jade. Look at that rose quartz sphere over there. That's beautiful. As you can see, there is a lot. And this is just one room. There is much more. There's another very large room. And then there is a room adjacent to the second large room that has massive caverns. Like these, they're petite in comparisons to the others. At least you're getting a view of some of them. Pardon? And for those who aren't aware, amethyst is a phenomenal stone for you to connect to the divine. Amethyst is great for your intuition. It has a multitude of spiritual values. Speaking of spiritual values, what are your thoughts on spirituality? You're very connected to the gems, and you're connected to the earth, and you're connected to God and the heavens. What is your, if you will, viewpoint on spirituality?
Oh my gosh, that's a loaded question.
Okay, but you got 5 minutes.
Okay. Spirituality.
Version.
Well, my spirituality has shifted and changed over the years. I've had lots of spiritual experiences. I've worked with different healers. I've been a healer. I've been a hands-on healer, massage therapist. I've been a nurse, a registered nurse. I've done breath work, holotropic breath work, rebirthing. I've studied to teach that, meditation. I've worked with Buddhist monks, done Vipassana meditation, but you know, when it comes down to it and life's challenges, God's just appeared to me in a big way, and actually brought me closer to my roots of my biblical religion. And you know, I pray, I meditate every morning, but I also get on my knees in prayer and pray to the creator of the universe, the creator of everything that is, was, and ever will be. And I ask for his divine guidance, healing, protection. I thank him for a new day of life. I say, Modeh ani rabba amunatecha. Thank you for another day of life. Great is your faithfulness. And I feel alive and thankful that I have this life, that I'm in a strong body, that I have wonderful friends and family, that I have a business that I love with beautiful creations of nature, of the Lord,
So if I can,
and just the wonders of life, you know?
If I can interject, the bulk of what you're saying, if we were to sum it up, has to do with being aware of your connection to the divine as well as the earth. So as above, so below.
Amen.
Additionally, being in a state of gratitude every day, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just to make it a little more succinct for everyone. Now, being surrounded by all of these gems, especially since you have such a strong awareness of energy, a massage therapist, a Reiki, all of these other different types of modalities, they tend to boost awareness. And here you are really, truly immersed in all sorts of frequencies and energies. How do you sleep at night? And I don't mean to be funny, but I have to wonder, do you have lucid dreaming as a result of being surrounded by so many gems?
Yes, I mean, I have crazy dreams. Like, you know, most nights I have pretty fantastical dreams throughout the night. Sometimes I remember them, sometimes I don't. Some of them are prophetic. Sometimes I've experienced things I've dreamed. Sometimes they feel like they're past life dreams. Sometimes they feel like I'm some type of other life form on another planet, or you know. But the truth is I want to get a good rest. So I have an earthing mat on my bed that's plugged into the wall, so it's grounded. That helps a lot. I take nutritional supplements, you know, magnesium and theanine, and things to help me sleep and get a good rest. And I usually get a pretty good rest, because rest is important. I say stick to the basics: good food, good rest, sunlight, lots of love.
So simple. I mean, from what you're saying, really, so much of this has to do with simplicity. And my opinion, though, I feel a lot has to do with the frequencies that are emitted from all those gems, because they are a part of the earth. They are a part of the heavens. You know, everything is so interconnected. And the idea of mind, body, spirit having a wonderful enhancement, which does give you good rest, which also, though, gives you those vivid dreams and gives you those prophetic dreams. Would you say that if somebody wanted to increase their ability to sleep well, because you mentioned healing earlier, as well as be able to have more advanced dreams, that you could recommend certain gems for them? Or do you feel that the best way to do it is for them to come in and just kind of allow themselves to be guided to the gems?
Yeah, I really believe intuition, like the older I get, the more I trust in my intuition more than like my logical mind. Our logical mind is a tool, but intuition is like, it's like the intellect of the universe that you're tapping into, you know?
Agreed.
And so let's see, as far as, I would say just really what you resonate with, because we're made of all the minerals of the earth. Our whole body, calcium, potassium, magnesium, our whole body is minerals, our bones, our organs, all our physical body, the neurotransmitters in our brain, they're all mineral chemical combinations. So we're made up of all these minerals. So I think that like when we trust our intuition, when we're around different crystals and stuff, you know, we can feel it. We can feel, oh, wow, this is, you know, this is something that's going to help me right now. You know, maybe there's a little deficiency or imbalance somewhere, but this is going to help this particular gemstone, you know. Because, I mean, we have herbs, right, that we use for healing. Different plants have different healing properties. And, you know, why not stones? We're electrical. We're electrical beings. We have a nervous system. And, you know, the stones put out, a lot of the stones put out electrical charges. The quartz crystals, that's what they use in watches and electronic. So, you know, we don't even understand it. Like science cannot even explain at this point, like how all this works. We know a little bit, right? But what I want people to know is each and every one of you is so much more magnificent than any stone or crystal. So don't, you know, it's good to look at things outside ourselves, but value who you are, because you're so much more complex and amazing than any inanimate object. So keep that in mind.
Perfect. Now that you've said that, let me share that if someone is drawn to a particular stone or a particular color, it usually has value for them. As you said, if it resonates, they should go ahead and get it. If they're thinking of a loved one that they want to send a gift to, I know you have an entire room that can package stones up and just get them to where they need to be. And someone, let's say, call you and go, hi, I can't make it there, but I know approximately what I want, and you can help them?
You know, I do 75% of my business is through video call appointments.
Okay, perfect.
Plus, I'm in Florida, but I do business with resellers throughout the United States. So I'm shipping stones to all the different states. So the advent of the internet and video calls just makes it so great. I roll my golden cart that I have here around, and I scan the items, and people pick out what they want, and you know, and then we pack everything real well and ship it to them, and they get it pretty quick, and they open it up with a big smile.
Okay, so let's give them your number again. It's 904-527-7900. Yes?
Correct. 904-527-7900. And always look forward to hearing from new people.
Okay, and again, I just want to repeat the name of the business. So if people forget us, they'll remember Ariel, like the Little Mermaid, treasures. As in treasures, right?
Yes, plural, lots of treasures.
That's it. Okay, so I have a funny question to ask you. If there is something that you could tell everybody listening, other than what you just told them about how they are magnificent, powerful beings, but something specific about the gems, what would it be?
Something specific about gems?
Like if somebody just said, all right, tell me something about gems, other than what we've already chatted about.
Okay.
What could you share?
Well, it's an amazing world unto itself. You know, you have the oceanic world, you have the cosmos, and then you have the mineral world. And there's so many different stones. You know, there's so many different combinations of stones that create beautiful crystals and minerals and gemstones. And it's just a vast, interesting field of study on a scientific level, on a collector level, and on a metaphysical level. You know, it's just really, you know, again, it just adds to the beauty of creation and to our world at large. And, you know, I do my best to be a one-stop shop because I like to have it all. I like all the different minerals. So I don't specialize in just one. I like to have some of everything, as much as I can. I don't have so much space.
The gem that you got to name, can you briefly tell us a little bit about that? I know how beautiful it is, but can you share with us how you stumbled across it?
Which?
The one that you're in the magazine about and you named the gem. It has a very unique name.
Tangerine, yes.
Tangerine, yes. Not tangerine.
Yes. It's right here. It's gorgeous stone. This is a stone I found in the African bush. I work with the Maasai villagers. You know, they're a tribe in northern Tanzania, southern Kenya, and this is found on their land. And the land is way, way in the African bush. It's like going on safari. You see just about every safari animal when you go to this mine. So when I first went, we went past giraffe and herds of zebra and wildebeest and baboons. And I thought I was on safari. And there it is in a beautiful, pristine mountain with beautiful flowering plants all around.
Was it outside where you saw it as you pulled up to it, or was it inside?
Cherry. This is cherry tangerine. It's a natural cherry quartz, and it sparkles. It has lepidolite crystals in it, so it's all sparkly. It's a really unique stone. I brought it out of the African bush into the United States for the first time, and I've made beautiful jewelry out of it and gemstones. So it's relatively new find. It's a gorgeous stone, and I'm happy to be able to share it with the world.
I'm so delighted that you found it because I've seen it in person and it's amazing. But let me give out the name of your business again and the phone number so that folks can call you and pick your brain and see what other goodies you have. So it's Aerial Treasures, and this is Jonathan, and the phone number is 904-527-7900. Keep in mind, you can connect with Jonathan on Instagram. You can connect with Jonathan, on Facebook, on the web, from what we gather. The site's still being worked on or revamped. I think we all have that issue. Can't tell you how many times I get phone calls from people going, "Hi, I like your site, but I can help you fix it." It happens all the time. I just want to thank you truly for joining me this evening and sharing a little bit about your world. And I hope everyone listening does take an opportunity to investigate Aerial Treasures and connect with Jonathan, because I really feel like you'll be happy that you did. And to you, my friend, I look forward to seeing you soon. I, again, suggested somebody go visit because I love your shop. Hopefully they'll come out in the next week or two. It was a pleasure having you on tonight.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello there, hi, and I hope you are all very, very well. So, I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm a psychic medium, and I reside in London in the United Kingdom. Now, for the last few weeks, we've had some amazing feedback from you. One of our callers here on A1R Psychic Radio missed a lot of the original program. So she went back and she looked at the videos over and over again and realized that she kept interrupting me and she kept sort of saying, well, I didn't quite catch what you said there, Eleanor. So I'm going to take it a little bit slower so you all understand exactly what I'm saying to you. Now, I hope you are enjoying this lovely summer. I've got to talk about the weather here in the UK. It is glorious sunshine, and I have the sun card here from the tarot that is here for everybody. So when we get to our first caller, I'll be expecting that they're in a very sunny, happy mood, because this is the card that I'm showing. We're also looking into the crystal ball. I will always do this in my readings. It heightens the level of connection really to you, and it's really quite amazing that psychic connections can cross the world. I have callers from Australia, Canada, and of course the US, and of course the United Kingdom and Europe as well. I hope you've all enjoyed the Paris Olympics, and you did really well, didn't you? So let's have a look now at what is going to be happening in your world. When I look into the crystal ball here, this one is a quartz crystal. I look for universal images, for signs really, signs that tell me a little bit about you, perhaps about what is happening next, who is going to be mostly important to you, and who is so very dear in your heart. And that's very important, because sometimes we just don't realize who is special to us until it's a bit too late. We could have some very special friends. We can have some really clued up connections with work and people who are really helping us significantly. So when you look at the crystal, it's really important to identify that. So I look here, right into the center. I look for a bubble as well. And the bubble in the center of the crystal will give you just that little snippet of an idea of what exactly is going to burst forth and be a message, maybe, for the caller. I have Monica on the line. Hello there, Monica. You're through to Eleanor Grace here. Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm very well, very, very well. So, Monica, I've got my crystal ball here, and I'm just going to take a look. I was explaining, if you could see on the video here on screen, exactly what I aim to look for. Now, here, just along this edge of the crystal here, I think that where you are is at a plateau. You're just at this little plateau in your life. Now, this is symbolic here for you, Monica, because this is really making life a little difficult for you sometimes. You may feel as though you're stuck, as though nothing is moving quickly enough, nothing is happening in the same sort of sense that you want it to. And that can be frustrating. But also with this plateau being here, it gives you the opportunity to take a leap of faith and to really leap forward in your life and to grab a hold of a partner, grab a hold of somebody. I can see you throwing your arms here around a man, Monica, and just celebrating a lot of the affection that there is between you. So there must be some major celebrations that are coming up in your life. Now, this could be someone new as well. You have the Magician that I'm showing you here in the cards. Now, the Magician is always an unexpected element that is about to arrive. So you could find that suddenly your life changes because this plateau is going to shift. It's a little bit like a comet arriving and just disturbing your equilibrium for a little while. And then you have got to do something, haven't you? You've got to take an action. And of course, every action that we take has a reaction to it. So I feel that you will be thrown into this man's arms. Are you in a relationship right now, Monica?
Yes, I'm married.
Oh, right. So it's his arms then that you're throwing yourself into, because there's no one else here. There's no other interference around you. But it's showing particularly the love that is there. You know, the absolute, I want to hug you, I want to kiss you. So you will be celebrating something very special very soon. And it's more than a birthday. It's more than an anniversary. It's a real sense of success that I have here. So you must be wanting something quite badly. Maybe it's something new, because I've got new beginnings that are around you, and new money as well. The Ace of Pentacles has just been drawn for you. Now, the Ace of Pentacles will give you that new beginning in terms of money and wealth and opportunity. So setting yourself up for really some great news, that's what's going to happen. That's what I see in your crystal. I also have spirit around you, and that's important as well. There's a lady that's here. There's a man by her side. They're very distant, so these are ancestors. They haven't recently passed over. They've been passed over a long while. But they are coming through and sending all the hearts you can see behind you. They're all the hearts of love for you. So I do think that you're going to experience in this next few months and going forward a great deal of love and romance here. Do you have a daughter? Because I've got a little girl here I want to bring out to you.
No, I have two sons.
Okay. And you're not expecting any further children?
No.
Because this little girl is here. So either she's in spirit or she's around you.
Oh, well, I did have a miscarriage, so maybe that.
Yeah. It will be, because when I was looking at the lady, gentleman that I've got standing right beside you, there was a baby and it was a girl. Well, it was a girl. I knew it was a female, and you've got a female in your card. So you'll meet again. It's a strange thing, because sometimes when we've had such a loss, there's a reward to come. And a reward is often meeting that soul again. And sometimes that's in a completely different form. It's not a child. It can be a really good friend, or it can be another family member. It can be a grandchild as well. And I do see an abundance, a little pattering of feet that are here in your crystal too. So you will have lots of little ones. Little ones are all around you. And they're to come. They're in your future. So this plateau, I want to go back to this now. Are you expecting to move house, or to just sort of take a risk, take a chance on something new? Is that what you're hoping to do, Monica?
Well, I was just recently unemployed. I was actually taking care of my grandmother, working from home, but she recently passed away about 3 months ago. So now I'm unemployed.
Well, you will have a new job. That's for sure. There is something there for you, because it's being called for from spirit. So let's go to your grandmother, because there was a lady there straight away, and then there was a lady joined by a man. And my feeling was that these two souls were ancestors who had been past a long time. But I do feel that what you have is a situation where your ancestors have come forward to welcome your grandmother, to bring your grandmother to heaven, to spirit, to the golden world. I always see spirit in golden lights, like the golden Voyager, that little sparkle of energy, of light. And that's how I'm seeing your grandmother. I don't feel that she was able to speak very much, so she must have been unable to talk or just, asleep for quite some time before she passed. But I do feel that she's very vocal now. Certainly, she welcomed all the love and support that you gave her, because again, it must be her parents. I think these were her parents. And I've got the initial of G as well. Does that mean anything to you, G? I really, it's around a man, the big sort of G I have there. Does that
G,
mean...
yes, my uncle's name starts with a G.
Okay, and he's in spirit?
No, he's alive.
Okay, so he's being called out then. So it's really sending love to him as well. So I feel that there's love being sent to the whole of your family, to everyone that is, I think, grieving at the moment and perhaps wishing for better times as well. But you certainly have a new role because you've had the Ace of Pentacles. This is a job that you are going to be offered. It's with proper income as well. It may be in the caring or medical world, but also you've got skills here that you don't realize that you have. So again, I'm being shown that there's a lot more for you to achieve in your life, and there's a lot more for you to do. I see you getting very busy. And the celebration, I think, between you and your husband here is very personal, and it is about success. It's not about just, I love you. It's not, because you do love each other. And you love each other very much, and you're very caring as a partnership. You've worked hard as well to get where you are. So this is about the next stage, the next step up. And that's something that you will be doing and taking some time. Balance and harmony is something that I'm giving you now. So that's something that you must try and achieve here, Monica. Try and achieve that harmonious feeling inside, in your heart. So going back to your grandmother, was that true that she couldn't speak? Because I feel that there was a lot that she wanted to say, but she couldn't speak. Did she give you a ring? Was there a dress ring that she wanted you to have?
No, she could speak. She ended up passing in her sleep, but she could speak before that. And no, she didn't give me any ring.
Oh, she wanted to. There's a ring somewhere. I've got a ring that was very special to her. It was a dress ring. That's what I'm being told. So it may not have been precious in terms of gold or diamonds, but it was something that she wanted you to have. And in any event, if you can't find anything that belonged to her, then the next present that you receive or the next gift that you have will come from her. It comes from spirit. You may see something yourself that you want, or it may come at your next birthday or Christmas or, a particular celebration, but it's there and it's coming from her. Honey, honey, honey is what I want to say to you as well. So did she call you honey?
No.
Do you like honey? Why is she saying honey to me?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I've got honey. Maybe it's just the sweetness. Maybe it's the sweetness of your soul. That's what it is. But she's very precious and she's safe and she's not hurting anymore. She's with her parents and the soul as well of your little one that I feel was a girl. But don't fret about that, because sometimes these things are just not meant to be. And you're living your life now in a free way and in a good way. And that's what you have got to keep very much on your mind. So the crystal ball here is giving you energy. You will come out of this dull period when nothing is moving, and you are going forward. Ace of Cups is here as well. So this is a job that you will really like, you will really enjoy. Do you have management skills? Because I see you actually in charge of other people, that other people will be listening to what you have to say, and you'll be organising.
Yeah, years ago, I used to be an assistant manager.
Right. Well, I think you're going to do that again, because you're going to take that space again. You're going to fulfill some of your dreams again. So the Ace of Cups means that you've just got to hang on. Make sure that you put out there as many applications as possible. It doesn't matter how many, wait to see what comes back. Because it can be, just that one chance, that one opportunity that you need. There's a girlfriend here as well who I feel will be very, very helpful, seeing her in the crystal. She is a person that I think you know very well, and a person that you would trust and you would rely upon her. Maybe she's given you a reference, or something that is good about you. She's telling a nice story about you. So look out for her. Very strong person, and someone that you connect with extremely well. And she's helping you. She's going to make a recommendation or give you a helping hand. And water is something now that I'm seeing here. Now, water in any reading will be all about your emotions, your feelings, that deep inner sense of who you are, Monica. So you're very intuitive, and you must watch out for your dreams as well, because your grandmother will come through in your dreams. Your own mother.
I hope so.
Yeah, she will. She'll send you messages, and she'll hold your hand. Do you feel at night time sometimes that you just wake up suddenly? Because that's something else that I think is really important. She's sort of wanting to visit you, wanting to see where you are, to make sure that you're safe. And of course you are. But she loved you so much and wants to thank you so much for being there for her, but she's safe. She's with her parents. So, Monica, I hope you've enjoyed your reading, especially with the crystal ball. That's been a very heightened sense of intuition, really, for you. And that's something that you can take with you. Remember as well, the love that is coming to you with this card, which is the Ace of Cups. That's love from spirit, love from your angels, and rest easy, because you have a lot of life to live. It's not your time to be worried too much about what happens. Your grandmother had her time. She's safe, and she's being taken by her parents, and she's with angels now. So take heart in that. Remember the ring that you're going to get, because that's something really special. It's from her. So it's got a special meaning as well for you. I'm going to give you November this year as being a time that everything turns around. So where you've lost so much recently, that's a time that you will regain it, and it's coming back into your life. Remember the Ace of Cups. So it's wonderful to speak to you, and I hope to speak to you again. So now we have another caller here. Is that Gina? Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Gina.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, very well. Here in London, it's really hot. We're not used to it. So there we are. We're not used to hot weather. We're used to rain here. Okay, I'm going to just...
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you very well. Can you hear me okay? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Gina, just going to take a couple of cards here for you. I want to give you this one. This one is the Page of Cups that is coming through for you. The Page of Cups is always an opportunity that you cannot miss. So something great is really going to be uplifting for you and giving you a sense of, oh, wow, I never expected that to happen. I never expected to be in this particular space at this time in my life. The next card that you have, Ace of Wands. So this is even more of a dynamic start for you. So you have to take your blessings when they arrive, Gina, when they come. And this is a dynamic time. So the rest of August, going into September, into the fall time, the autumn time, the time when everything rejuvenates. It's a time when we can look back and reflect on this year. And that's what you're going to do. I've got number 6. So the next 6 weeks will be important for you. And you will be taking some lessons. I feel that you're going to be learning something new. Is that something that you're planning on doing? Are you really sort of zooping up your skills? It's impressive, whatever it is that you're going to take on, Gina, really impressive. Are you planning that at the moment?
Yes, I mean, whatever, I'm practicing, I just want to move ahead in life. I feel a little bit stuck in my life where as I just moved to a new location. And
okay. You've got the Judgment card here as your next card that's come through. Now, the Judgment card is always about having to take a big decision, or make little ones, but certainly you're having to come to a conclusion about what it is that you really want to achieve for yourself. And, we're all the same. We go along and life is okay and, we're happy enough. And then something really sticks out and we say, oh, actually, I want to do so much more. And that's what I feel with you and with the sense of opportunity that is crossing your pathway now. And you need to grab it, you need to take it and, really relish the fact that you are being given this chance and you're being given this chance of happiness as well. Have you separated from somebody recently? Has there been a separation in your recent past, the last 12 months?
Separate, not really. I mean, I'm living abroad now, and it's just tough in the relationship. That's all.
Okay, so you're not in a relationship now, no?
Yeah, short of it. It's not really like the marriage thing.
Yeah. Well, okay, it will be the current relationship then, because I feel as though there's a parting here of the ways that, you're bound to just leap forward in your life because there's better things to come. You've drawn the world here. The world card is always very special. It's about expansion, travel, and you making some changes that are really important. Now, I'm looking here at the crystal for you again, because this really will bring in some luck and some new opportunity. We've already had the card of opportunity for you, and this is about new pathways. It's as though at the moment, what I can see here is the forest right in the center of your reading, and this is a forest that's really bright and green and it's flourishing. It's lovely new growth, and you're right in the center of it. So your life is just like one of those trees in the center of the forest that, everything is about to grow and blossom and bloom. And we can see as well that you have so much love in your life to come. And I feel that this is so important now. It's such an important time. What happens in August? Is it somebody's birthday, or is it a memory of somebody who's passed over in August this time?
No, nobody has passed right now.
No.
I just feel like something is like not working for me right now. The current situation, it's just some kind of energy is off. The second person.
Yeah. I know. I mean, this, I think, is probably what I'm connecting to on different levels, because I think it will be this August that everything changes, that, I've got the separation, I've got somebody who's passed, somebody who leaves your life, turns around, and then you are being catapulted, sort of this big energy burst for you is going straight into the future. And the autumn time, the fall time, around September, October is so very special. That's when your life turns around. There's a new opportunity for you then. You're taking on a higher role. So your life is moving up. You're going up in the world. You certainly are. And you're having to take decisions about yourself. And that's really important. I think there's going to be a new love arrive in your life too. I'm going to give you the initial of T. That's what I can see in the crystal ball here. Look for the initial of T around someone new. There's somebody entering your life.
T?
T, yeah.
T as a turtle, okay.
Okay, do you know who that is?
All right. No, I don't know anybody right now, but the current situation with a certain person is really tough. Like it's like from one side, like I'm forcing to happen, but it's like some energy is not working here. I feel like I'm pushing too much, or
Do you feel safe?
Not on the same pace. Yeah.
Do you feel safe? Do you feel safe in this relationship?
Safe, like in physical way, safe. But I'm saying, like, I didn't see any future. Not saying.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know what's gonna happen with the results. It's like there's no commitment.
No, the result, I've already said to you what I can see here in your cards and in the crystal. There's a separation. So the relationship will end, and it will end this August. It will end in the next few weeks. And that is because you're not getting anywhere. You can't make him behave any differently. You've tried everything that you can here. And that, I feel, is just so frustrating. And everything that is ahead for you, from the crystal through to your cards, is saying that you've got a big push now, that you can make a difference in your life, that you can really start to change things for the better. And that's exactly what you will do. You will make those changes, and you will be very pleased with the result. You'll be very pleased with everything that is happening in your life. So I do feel that this is a time for you to just let things happen. Remember that you have this card here, the Judgment card, which is very powerful in your reading. Now, the Judgment card tells you that you have to make a decision. The decision for you is one of freedom and happiness. And you will be happy. And that in your crystal ball. So it's been wonderful to speak to you. And it's been great to speak to all of you. And I will see you again here next week on A1R Psychic Destiny. It's been Eleanor Grace. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Judith Miller in Spirit. with Judith Miller. Live from miller-judith.com/Judith-Miller. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Judith Miller and Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, or should I say good morning to our friends across the water. I'm Judith Miller, and I join you today with Spirit from the island of Ireland. I wanted to talk about our loved ones in spirit. I get asked many times, are our loved ones okay? Are they at peace? And they are very much at peace. Our loved ones, they haven't went away. They live in the spirit world, but they live along with us. Just without the physical body, they very much are around us. We all have an energy, and that energy, it's very unique to each one of us as individuals. And our loved ones in spirit are very much the same way. When we transition into spirit world, you will be able to identify each loved one, if you aren't working with spirit, by how you feel, by the little signs and the messages they give you. But please know that they very much all are around us. I've often been asked the question, are they healed? Yes, they're very healed, very much healed. Maybe your loved one had problems with their mobility in before they passed. They won't have that problem in the spirit world. They might have suffered from medical conditions, health conditions. They don't suffer from those health conditions or medical conditions in the spirit world. I've also been asked, when we have a loved one that we have not made our peace with on the earthly plane, will they realize where they felt that they went wrong and they're in the heavenly plane? Yes. If we've not made that peace with our loved ones before they transition, they will always come to make that peace with you. They will always come. They're very much who they are on the earthly plane. Their personality has not changed. Their belief system, as in the sense that what they thought when they were here. So, for example, one of your loved ones passed into spirit, but they didn't believe in life that goes on. But when they've transitioned, they realize it actually is real. And they are very quick and very anxious in the sense to let you know they were wrong. This was the amount of people that come forward with me, and they always say, would you believe it? This is real. I would have said this was not, but it is. So whenever you're linking into your loved ones, or whenever you're receiving a message, please know that your loved one is okay. Take the time to ask those questions that maybe you felt you didn't get to ask when they were here. Let them come forward and apologize, maybe explain and say they were sorry, because there is no anger. There is no anger. They very much, we all have to face our mistakes. And I always say, there is no mistakes. There's only lessons and blessings. And out of every lesson, it becomes a blessing. So we all have something to learn from everyone, and we all have something to teach to everyone. In the spirit world, the only difference is the physical body is not needed. But please rest assured, your loved one very much is at peace. When you ask for little signs, pay attention. They will leave you those little signs. If you ask them to come and visit you, they will come and visit you. They're never far away. You only have to talk to them. And listen to the little thoughts and the ideas that come to you, the songs you're drawn to, the lyrics, the wording within that song. Our loved ones respond to us in a lot of ways, and our own spirit team. They do so through music. Have you ever been drawn to specific songs and you just play them over and over? And you might not be aware why you like that song, but it's very much reminds you of someone, or it brings up emotions or memories. When that happens, your loved one is working with you to show you those little signs, to help with those little connections. So please take peace and comfort in knowing that whatever our loved ones suffered with on the earthly plane, they no longer suffer that on the heavenly plane. And when you go for a reading, don't be surprised if they come forward with the full personality that they were, the joker that they were, the prankster that they were, full of life that they were, because they still are. They still are, just without the physical vessel. Nothing else has changed apart from they're healed. Absolutely, they're healed. We all come here to learn lessons. Sometimes we might say, why did I choose that lesson to learn from? But we are all here to learn from experience and to gain experience and to help each other. And it's important that we can all help and support each other. We might all journey together. We might have different paths, but we all go to the same destination. And we're all equal. We're all equal. So always remember your worth, and always remember your loved ones will be by your side. You just have to ask. And even when you don't ask, when they feel you need them, they're there. So let me see, who have we got on with me today? Angela. Angela from Texas, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you, Angela?
Yes, it's Angela.
So Angela,
how are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. I'm doing very well, thank you. So Angela, would you like me to, have you got the sunshine, Angela?
Have I got the what?
Sunshine.
Sunshine?
Sunshine. Have you got beautiful sunshine?
Okay.
The sun. Have you got a lovely day? Sunbeams, the sun. It's my accent.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. It's you sound far away, but it's okay. Go ahead.
I am far away, Angela. I'm on an island. I live in Ireland. So you're chatting to me.
Nice.
You're chatting to me all the way to Ireland, which is why I sound so far away. So Angela, would you like me to connect to your loved one and a loved one in spirit and see who'd like to come forward?
Do I have to pick somebody, or can
No. I always let spirit guide me if that's okay. But I always just like to just ask and see when you're ready. So Angela, I do want to talk about a lady in spirit around you.
A lady?
Yes, a lady in spirit. I want to talk about heavenly place. Sorry, you'll hear me talking to my team, my spirit team, and to your loved ones. Heavenly plane or earthly plane. Okay. So Angela, I want to talk about an aunt. An auntie. You have an aunt in spirit on mum's side of the family.
Okay.
She's coming forward. She's just said to me, Leo. Please, can I ask, you're telling me Leo. Is Leo for a name, zodiac, what please? Okay, she's referencing to the zodiac Leo, the birth sign Leo.
Leo.
It's relevant. Leo.
Okay.
Yes. She's referencing to that. She's acknowledging the birth sign Leo. So someone very close to her or yourself has the birth zodiac Leo. Okay. And I want to talk about a Washington connection. She talks about a Washington. Okay. Do you understand? I feel family connection in Washington.
I don't know. I don't know anyone there.
Okay. So when we connect to the spirit world, they're only able to give us information that's true. And everything that they pass, sometimes it takes us time to go away and think about it, and then it comes. Everything that passes is relevant. It's just how we place it at the time. I want to say there's a lot of thoughts and ideas going through your head, and you're kind of very indecisive. Do you understand? She's saying you're an overthinker. She says you overthink.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I want to also give you the name. Is this the name, please, for Angela, please? I want to give you the name Sharon or something like that. Sharon. I feel it's Sharon. Yes, okay. She's just said yes. I have to give you the name Sharon. And again, I feel very much that Sharon. Yes, okay. Sharon. Go ahead, please. What else would you like me to pass to Angela, please? So can you understand, Mum has a sister on the heavenly plane? Would Mum have a sister on the heavenly plane, please?
Okay. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. This is the aunt that's coming forward. Okay?
Okay.
And please remember that July is very much connected to this lady. Okay? What do you mean, please? So, Angela, do you understand you've been talking about having a break, like a holiday, a time away. I want to say time out is what she's just said. And okay, so do you understand? She's showing me, excuse me, because I don't know what the weather's like in Texas, but I can imagine it's beautiful. But I'm seeing like very dried ground. It's like, I nearly want to say like a ranch, but I don't think it's a ranch. I think it's a home with a lot of land around it, a lot of dried land around it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel that there's been quite a drought, but it's not like in a development as such where there's house, beside each other. It's very much kind of, there's a lot of ground around it, and it sits on its own a good bit.
Can you ask her? Can you ask her something?
Yes, I can ask. I can never demand, but I can always ask, certainly.
Can you ask her if she has anything to say about the person that is in my life right now?
Yes. You're questioning it very much.
Well,
Your question.
it's fairly new, so I'm just cautious, but I want to know if I need to.
There's going to be lessons learned. I have to say to you, there's going to be. I always tell the truth, and I'll always give exactly as your loved one passes. Honestly, I don't feel he's going to be the one. I don't think he's going to be the one that's going to you're settled down with. Your soulmate is still to come.
Okay.
I feel look, this could be years away, Angela. And that's not to say you're not happy, but I understand you're already questioning that for you to ask that question.
I'm not really. Yeah, I'm not really questioning it. I just want to know, like, so far it's been really good. So
that's really good.
It's kind of what.
Yeah. I feel. I want to say lessons to learn is what I'm being told. Lessons to learn. But it's important you be happy, and important that nothing is written in stone. It's purely exactly how we feel as we progress through our journeys. And, when we have lessons to learn from, we all do. Every one of us has. But we can change the outcomes and we can change the paths. So I do see that you're happy, and I do see that you will be happy, but I do believe there's changes ahead. I'm not talking about your relationship as such, but I want to say there is changes ahead. I want to give you the month of September. There's a family birthday in the month of September. So there is.
Is there a what?
I'm being told there's a family birthday in September.
Yes, I believe so.
Yes. Yeah. So, okay, thank you so much. So, do you understand, Angela, your aunt has just said to me, okay, so your aunt has just said to me, where relationship is concerned, is how we work within it, how we learn from the lessons from the past going forward. That if we want something to really work, it works. But it has to be something that we both work at, and it has to be something as we go through time that it still feels right. And that's for everyone and anyone, that we're all the same. But I do feel, why you're asking, there is insecurities, and I do feel it's to do with the past. I feel you've been very much hurt in the past and you struggle to trust. But I feel that that's quite valid as to why you feel like that. So why you question?
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because it's so new and it's so good. And
it's different.
And because of past experiences,
So can I, if I want to say, you're waiting for something to happen. You're waiting for something to go, okay, this is great, but I'm just waiting on it going wrong. So if anything happens with your relationship, it will be you that makes the decision. So the choice is yours, and it's you that you're in control, and it's you that makes that decision. I will stand over that. But what your aunt is, do you understand the name Maggie?
What is it again?
The name Maggie. Maggie?
Maggie?
Yeah. Ask within your family, in case that name is relevant to someone else, but I must pass it. When your aunt talks about learning from the lessons, it's how we felt things was wrong in other relationships. And I feel the insecurity with you is you're still trying to find that relationship with yourself again, because the trust has been broke, and it hurts. So I feel that she's saying trust. She's saying trust. Don't wait for things to go wrong. Just enjoy it. And know that you're the one that will make any decisions on this relationship going forward. Okay? I want to also say to you about the month of January. I feel there'll be changes in the month of January. Okay? And I feel I want to also link in your family circle with that. I also want to talk about there's going to be a new baby. I want to say there's a boy going to be born within the family circle. Celebrations is coming. She's saying celebrations. Okay, just before, please. She's singing the song to me, congratulations and celebrations. So I feel, again, I want to place the baby boy to come on mum's side of the family. Okay, on mum's. Do you understand? Has mum a brother in spirit, please?
I'm sorry?
Angela, would mum have a brother in spirit?
Not that I know of.
Okay, I have to say there's a brother in spirit. I feel he passed around his 40s, 50s is what they're showing me. And I feel they had a medical condition. I feel heart. I want to link heart, okay? And he's on Dad's side of the family. He's just made me aware. Dad's side of the family, okay? He's with a grandfather, your grandfather, okay? He's with gosh, they're all trying to come forward. Before I run out of time, I want to stress that you very much, please know that you are in control of the relationship. Follow the lessons and what you didn't like and what upset you in them previous relationships. It's okay to be vulnerable and it's okay to trust again. I'm not saying in life we don't get hurt and we won't get hurt again, but the only way we ever learn those lessons is through experience. And sometimes those hard lessons, they teach us very valuable, those experiences going forward. And it's what makes us grow. And I feel that indecisiveness is, I want to say, in the past, you felt that you've had to keep everybody else happy and not really just focus on yourself. You found it hard to just be you. You always felt you had to please other people. Whereas this relationship, you're very much being yourself. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Keep being yourself. Mm-hmm. Keep shining, Angela. Because that's what's important. When we can be ourselves, we shine. And it's been a long time since you have felt that you could be yourself. And when it comes to helping people and being in that relationship, I'm just being you. So keep shining you, because please know where this relationship's concerned, you're in control as to where it goes. Okay?
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Please know that there's a lot of loved ones wanting to come forward to you. But it's very important that the brother in his 40s, 50s with the heart condition on Dad's side comes forward, grandparents. There's a lot with the aunt coming forward now. Unfortunately, I won't get to bring all of them forward, but it is important to know that there's a lot of family around you leaving signs I want to say, Angela. And the aunt in the spirit world, she makes me aware that she's quite like mum in many ways. And go ahead, please. What do you mean? Was there a wee memorial or like a tree that was planted in memory of someone?
I don't think so. Not that I know of.
Okay, ask within the wider family circle, because she's referencing to something. Okay, but please know the baby boy is coming. The new addition to the family is coming on mum's side of the family, I want to say. Please come and ask, is the baby boy for mum's side of the family? Is there another question or something else you'd like to find out and ask? Angela, is there anything else you'd like to ask?
I mean, just kind of wanted to know if this person has the best of intentions.
Sorry?
I was just kind of wondering if they could tell me if this person has the best of intentions.
Excuse me. Do you understand they're a bit of a lost soul? They've had previous relationships that they're quite guarded in themselves as well. But they have felt in their relationships that they have tried to be a people pleaser as well. They have trust issues. I feel you both have trust issues. I want to say the best advice that your aunt is trying to give you is to know that you're in control of the relationship. Okay? Is to know that you're, I do want to say your soulmate hasn't arrived yet, but they're coming. They're coming.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mystical Empowerment Time with Deb Bullion. Live from SpiritQuestSchool.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystical Empowerment Time on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to Mystical Empowerment Time. I am Deb Williams, your host today, and we're on A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV. Thanks so much for joining me. Just give you a little rundown on what we're going to be covering today. So, we'll take a caller for a reading, of course. We couldn't not do readings today. And then we're going to talk about ways to develop your psychic skills, if you choose to, or your intuitive skills, I should say. And we'll talk about ways to develop them, the base core things that we need to do that'll support us to do everything, whether it's reading a person, tarot cards, oracle cards, or not, reading from their aura, remote viewing, psychometry, mediumship, oh goodness, channeling, Akashic record readings, divining or dowsing, the list goes on. So today we're just going to talk about the core skills that underpin all of those types of readings. All right. Now, I'll also provide you with some ways that you can learn with me. I've got some really exciting specials set up, and I have added a schedule for North America, and also how to receive a reading from me. So while we wait for our first caller to hop on, I'll tell you one tip that really helps us. We need to get from our brain into our heart space or our soul space to really rock a reading. And to do that, my trick is 5 super deep breaths. Now, it sounds fairly simple, but to actually breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth as deeply as possible 5 times actually kind of disconnects all that busy monkey chatter that's in our brain. So I'll give you an example of a deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. And I just do this 5 times, and it just kind of puts me into a nice relaxed state. And it's in that relaxed state that we actually connect best with spirit. All righty. So the reason for that, headspace. Headspace is where we connect with our logic. And this is what we do our everyday tasking with. And logic and tasking doesn't leave a lot of room for intuition. And our headspace is also our connection to our ego. Now, we have to have an ego. That's our identity. But it can be a little bit grumpy sometimes and give us old feedback, really old feedback of, oh, you can't be getting this correct. What makes you think you can do this? It can be quite critical at times. And so when we do this deep breathing, we just try to bring our awareness down into our heart space, our body, our soul. And once we're there, we can actually connect with spirit much, much easier. All right, so we are ready for a caller. We'll wait for her or him to come through. And Kelly, is it? All right. We lost our chat. Okay, that's all right. I'm going to chit chat until I see who's with us. And if there's anybody there, just pipe in. All right. So again, the other thing that we're trying to do when we relax is get into our imagination. Because of course, when we are in logic and we are in tasking, there's not a lot of room for our imagination. And imagination is spirit's playground with us. All right. So, oh, she's here. Kelly, Are you there, Kelly?
Yes. I'm sorry. Hi. Yeah, my phone disconnected.
Oh, no, that's no trouble at all. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking.
Excellent. Well, what type of reading would you like today? Would you like to hear about yourself, past, present, or future, or are you hoping to connect with somebody on the other side, a loved one?
I would really like to be connected to a loved one on the other side.
Okay. All righty. So already stepping in, I've got grandfather from mother's side. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. Was he the one that you wanted to hear from?
No. I wanted to hear from my cousin.
Okay, bear with me. We'll just get his quick message, and then we'll move on to your cousin. Won't be a moment. Okay.
Thank you.
Just only got a moment. Tell us, what would you like to say to your granddaughter, Kelly, while we have her here? He says you're doing a fabulous job, and you need to not be so hard on yourself. Okay. He said from where he's sitting that you are exceptionally dynamic, ordered, the words he's using, cleanly, and he just wants you to know that you're an all-around wonderful person and he's in your corner. And he'll leave you with his love. Okay, now, so your cousin, bear with me, now I've got a male stepping in. So is that who you were looking to hear from?
No, she's a female.
Okay, why don't we do this? If I could grab her first name, and I'll pull her to the front, because it seems that you have a waiting room full of people, and of course we want just the person that you want to connect to. So a first name only would be great.
Stephanie.
Stephanie, okay, bear with me. Okay. So I'm seeing a woman who I want to say is average, but perhaps tall, average build, but perhaps a bit tall. And she's got light colored hair. It's probably shouldered length. Is that who you're looking for?
No, that sounds like my stepsister Stephanie, though, but they do have the same name.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, bear with me. I don't know who's showing me that picture then. Bear with me. I just want Stephanie, Ellie's cousin, stepping forward, please. Okay. Can you let me, oh, wow. Was she a little bit eccentric?
Yes.
Because she's showing me all kinds of interesting images of herself. She's got dark hair, but then she's got like kitty cat ears, and then she's got different looks, and it's hard to pin down a particular look. So I was feeling a bit of drama and eccentricity. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, let's move into her character. She says the word vivacious, so very lively and very passionate about life. She said that she could be a little bit cynical at times, but that was fun and that was part of her humor. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let me just see what else she would like to chat about with you today. All right. So here's your opportunity, Stephanie. What? She makes me feel like there was trauma with her passing. She's just making me feel around her chest like I feel like this was traumatic for her to go when she went. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. There was a lot of confusion around it, she said. She was in a confused state about how it happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it was really quickly. She got diagnosed with some cancer, and she was gone within a couple weeks.
Yeah, because she said it was just such a confusing set of circumstances for her, and it was like that spiral out of control. You know, that feeling where you think you've got control, and then suddenly there's a bit of a spiral, and that's the confusion that I think she felt. She would have obviously liked more time And she said, but she was a pretty direct talker. She just has a few things she wished that she would have perhaps said. She said it's really difficult in those moments to think of everything that you'd like to say to each and every person. And she said she's just got a few things that she wants to convey to you. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. She just said something cute. She said you'll always be her petal, as in flower petal. I feel like she really wants you to know that the endearment, the love that was shared between the two of you, she said it was like you were more like sisters. Does that make any sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's saying that is one of the biggest blessings in her life. And she had many, but you were one of the biggest blessings in her life because she could be straight with you and you didn't take offense. And she said, it's really hard to find friends, let alone family like that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. She said that what you're feeling, it's like when the two of you were together, you lifted each other up in your lust for life, in your love of life, in your playfulness, in your, just the depth of the conversations that you had. You kind of lifted each other's spirits in a way. And she said that you find it difficult to bounce off of people the way that the two of you bounced off of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. She says she's with you in your silent times. It's like you have a spot. It almost feels like you sit with your feet up on a couch or on the bed. It's like you sit a little bit curled up at times. And she says she's with you during those silent times. She feels when it feels like the breath is taken away from you, when the grief is very heavy sometimes and you don't expect it. She said she's with you then, and she wants you to talk through the grief and know that she hears every single word. She tries to support you at your back. I can feel like a hand going onto your back. So maybe notice, pay attention when you are in your deepest state of griefs, when those little waves hit you. I shouldn't say little because sometimes they're big waves. She says, just notice. She will place her hand at your back so that you will know that she is with you. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. One for the road. Why does she say one for the road? Okay. I'm just trying to understand that little, she threw this term in. In what regard do you mean that, Stephanie? There's always time. She's like, there's always time for one for the road. There's always time for one more chat. And she hasn't left you. So she is more than open to having chats with you whenever you need to, whether it's when you're riding in the car, whether it's while you're having your shower. She said she just sees you as the beautiful being that you are with this big heart. And she doesn't want you to suffer because of her simply being on the other side, because she's not suffering. She's literally showing me she runs from person to person trying to cheer everybody up from her side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for her?
No. I mean, if she has any advice, my work is really stressful right now, and I don't know if I should be looking for a new job or trying to ride it out. But if she has any advice about that.
She shows me a pigeon, and I believe what she's trying to say, it's almost like you're a homing pigeon, that you think about this, but you come back, and you think about it, and you come back. And she's saying, next time, send those resumes or CVs out, like get the message out. And you can still search and stay where you are, but begin to send things out, because she says it's a lot like fishing, and you're such a catch that the moment you get the interview, they're going to want you. So she said, don't lose heart. Send the CVs, send the resumes out. And she's saying you're going to have an amazing change within 3 to 4 months.
Okay.
There's,
nice.
I feel like you feel like, because she's making me say like Groundhog Day. Like, in some regards, life's moving too fast outside of work, but then so much time with work, it feels like Groundhog Day. Like it's just time to refresh, time to move on to something new now. And she said it's like a change is as good as a vacation, really. Getting that change, getting to bring your energy someplace where it's going to be appreciated. And she wants the best for you. Now, have you got a son?
Yes, I do.
She's saying that he's going to settle down soon too. So is he going through some change at the moment?
I mean, school just started for him. It's his senior year. So, yeah, he's got a lot of changes going on right now. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do with his life after high school.
Yeah. She's saying the word to me, engineering. He must have some mathematical skills. And she says like bridging college, like almost like if he needs to go to the intermediate, like the local college before or technical school before he moves on, like a two-step career, like a two-step education. And he doesn't have to do it all at once. Is he interested in drafting, in drawing and that type of thing?
He's not really a drawer, but he's more into like computers and stuff.
Okay, so it could be, I'll just check with her. Bear with me. I've got a divining rod here, and I'm just going to ask her. I know you can't see. I'm going to ask her to move this rod. I remove all and any influences from anybody else, and I'm going to say to her, which way is yes, please, Stephanie? Good. She's moving the rod to the left, and which way is no, please, Stephanie? Beautiful. Okay, so are you talking about software engineering? All right, so there you go. I thought that's what she meant. I wasn't sure about the type of engineering, but she's saying software engineering. That would be right up his alley. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Perfect. Because I think of old school engineering because my dad was an engineer, but I forget. My youngest is also a software engineer, so I should have thought of it. So that's her advice. He's going to have wonderful moves forward, but he may do it in like a two-step education, start at one level, then go back to study again, and then move on. And she said he just has to follow his passions, and you just have to be with the right people around you that are more appreciative of who you are and what you have to offer.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to see if Stephanie has anything left to say. She's just streaming kisses, blowing, but she's just giving you her love.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kelly, for connecting today. And I hope that brings you some peace. She's happy and she'll be with you anytime that you need her.
Thank you. It does bring me peace.
Beautiful. All right. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. So, wow. How does that happen? How do I actually bring them through? How do I make contact? Literally, I have to get myself into that peaceful state, into that space where I could use my imagination if I wanted to, but then I leave it open. And when I leave it open, they can show me pictures. I go from my head to think of questions and to the rest of my body and my heart to actually receive the information. So, how do we receive the information for all of those things I talked about at the beginning of the show? Mediumship readings, which I've just conducted one, psychic readings, Akashic record readings, etc. How do we receive the info? Now, many of you have probably heard of clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is the most common one spoken about, which is seeing pictures. It doesn't mean that we see from the outside. It can mean that we see images inside. So if I were to say to you, pink pony, you would probably conjure an image in your mind. Some people will see a literal pony with pink coloring on it. Others will see a plastic toy, a Barbie's pony, etc. That's clairvoyance. Sometimes we see things outside of ourselves as well. But for most of us, it's seen in what we call our third eye in the middle of our forehead, which is just information, sight that comes internally. We also have clairaudience. Clairaudience is hearing, very simply, and it's not always hearing as though we would hear snapping fingers or a voice outside of ourselves. The words can go through our mind, sometimes in our own voice. We just have words streaming through just like we're thinking. And that is clairvoyance as well. And clairaudience as well. We also have claircognizance. This is a tricky one. People say, how did you receive that information when I'm in classes? And sometimes it's just knowing. It's just spirit just drops it into our mind and suddenly we know a thing and we don't know how it arrived there. And that's called claircognizance or clear knowing. And clairsentience is clear feelings. So if a person is emotional in spirit, I can feel whether they're tense, whether they're regretful, whether they're sad, happy, etc. And that's just realizing that those aren't my feelings. So they must be the person or the being that I'm working with, whether it's spirit in mediumship or my client, about what we're talking about. And there's some other clairs that are not used as commonly, but they can be very useful, such as clear smelling, which is called clairaudience. That's right, smelling. We can get, you've probably heard of people saying, I smelled my grandmother's perfume and she's been gone for 20 years and I was in the middle of my own home and there was nobody else around and wow, there it was. I smelled her perfume. That is called clairaudience. There's another one called clairgustance, which is clear tasting. And what would that be useful for? Well, in mediumship, sometimes I'll ask somebody how they passed, what caused them to pass over. And if they were sick, for example, and perhaps were suffering a painful disease such as cancer, I might taste the morphine or the medication in my mouth and get a bit of a head spin. So the taste as well as the sensation are sometimes signs and symbols to me. And there's others as well that involve taste. And the last one that I wanted to talk about was clairtangency, which is clear touch, I should say. And some of you may have experienced that. That is where you will literally, I used to get it when I was a kid. And, from about the age of 8 or so, Mom would have me do the dishes at night, some nights during the week. And I'd think that somebody had tapped me on the shoulder because I felt the tap as clear as anything. And I turned around and said, what? Or yes. And there was nobody in the room with me. And sometimes it was a tap on the top of the head or a little hair pull. And that is a way of experiencing touch or clairtangency. And the other one that you've probably experienced yourself, most definitely, is, when somebody tells you a spooky story or something that really gets down to your soul, you'll feel goosebumps or chills. And that is also clairtangency. So all of those clairs are what underpin all of the work that we do, whether it's mediumship, psychic work, Akashic records, remote viewing, channeling, and even healing work. We have all of these senses that help us to receive information. We just have to learn how to open ourselves to them. And that's why I always say, anybody can learn and be taught. I had 2 or 3 of those senses working beautifully. And then I had to have a mentor to help me open the rest. And I can do that for you. So I've got a couple of specials on, and I just wanted to direct you to those. Unlock Your Psychic Gifts is my foundational course, and I've just set it up with time zones once again for the US and Canada, so North America. So it'll be kicking off Sunday, the 1st of September. It's 2 hours a week. It's from 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for 6 weeks on Sundays, or that's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 9 p.m. And 6 Sundays, you learn everything from how to do intuitive tarot readings, mediumship readings, pendulum readings, aura readings, remote viewing, chakra identification and healings. And so it's like a little sampler platter of all types of psychic and mediumship skills. You actually get to do mediumship readings too. 6 Sundays, and you get 33% off. So that is approximately $146 US for 6 weeks of training. And I've had people leave just that course and go straight into professional classes. Some people like to take the next ones, some don't. I also have a special on Akashic record reading, which is for people who have a few psychic skills going on already. And that's a one-day course that's going to be on Saturday, the 31st of August. So these are all available on Zoom. You can find them on my website, www.spiritquestschool.org. That's www.spiritquestschool.org. I make it really easy for you. I take you through everything, and you not only learn with me live on Zoom, but you work with other classmates at the same time. So you learn it on the day, you practice it on the day, and prove that you can do it. It's a whole lot of fun. So I thank you very, very much for joining me. And I thank our caller, Kelly, for allowing me to read for her. It's always an honor to do this work and to bring through her cousin, Stephanie. And I hope that you'll come check out my website. If you'd like a reading, you can find me at www.deb.bullions.com.au. And that's about it for this week for Mystical Empowerment Time. Next week, we're going to go even further into capabilities, and we may start with some divining, and I'll be teaching you. So once again, don't have to join me in the classes, but if you'd like practical experience while you learn, join me in the classes. So I'm wishing you a wonderful, magical week ahead, and I look forward to hearing from you. And if you want a free reading, you know where we are. Put your name forward. Fingers crossed, either I or somebody else from the wonderful A1R Psychic Radio will get to you and be able to offer you some information as well. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a wonderful week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. I just wanted to start at the top with some of the crazy astrology we've got going on. You know, we've had this full moon in Aquarius. We've got a couple of showdowns between some planets. We've got Venus and Saturn, the structures around how we're valued. We have Mars and Uranus, explosive, and Pluto getting in there, and he's a bit of a thug. So this is a time now and over the next 3 weeks to be really patient with each other and recognize we're all in a place of stepping into our futures, into our destinies, into our new energies. And we might be feeling kind of drained and exhausted at the moment. You can choose to continue to deplete yourself, or you can find ways to fill your emotional and soulful energy. And so we're going to start with messages for each of the signs, sun, moon, or rising. Your sun is your divine masculine. It's your career, your work, your social standing. Your moon sign is your divine feminine. It's your mother, your home, your body, your emotional realm. And then your ascendant is your first house, and it's how you drive those two forward. So let's start with Aries, sun, moon, rising. The message for the week is bet on yourself, take chances, reach your dreams. You've got this. I mean, it sounds like such a great positive message, but there's discipline required and having to really stick to the plans. That's the structure of Saturn and Venus. And that's really requiring you to not just have the get up and go and really bet on yourself and take your chances. Absolutely. You could even be recognized, rewarded, acknowledged, and new opportunities could pop up. But it's really having the discipline to follow through and do all the prep work, the leg work, cleanup work, and the necessary work to take full advantage of this new opportunity coming in. And new opportunities very much around your work and things you work on, work for, work towards. Okay. Now let's keep going. Let's go to our little Tauruses, sun, moon, rising. I apologize. I'm really exhausted today. So truth be told, I'm a painter and I have this full moon energy. I've been up the last 3 nights till about 3 a.m, painting some crazy paintings. And I'm really excited to post them on my social media. I only have Facebook. So if you're not my Facebook friend, I don't know, you might not get to see them, but you could go and try to follow me. I post my pictures that I paint, but it's been really creative, crazy, emotional, intense energy. And so try to channel it. Now, Taurus is for you. Clear your mental and physical clutter. You'll feel so much better if you clean out your basement, clean out your house, clean out your email box, clean out old photo boxes, clean out things that you might be attached to, things that you can store away, you can compartmentalize, you can put away for now. And you might be in a time of just reorganizing, resorting. You could have sudden shifts in direction that what you might feel is a bit of a challenge at first could actually turn out to be quite good. Like, for instance, they might say, you have a layoff with work, or, you have something where you could be downtime or off time. Not wrong with that. It's time for you to regroup there, Tauruses. And so you'll find that time to rest that comes to you unexpectedly could actually turn out to be quite good. Gemini, sun, moon, rising. Life can be easy or it could be hard. I always say you can choose your hard. It's always hard. I'm just joking. Life can be hard. That's the message. I tease. But you can choose your heart. You can choose to exercise. That's hard. You can choose to lay around and have joint issues. That's hard. You could choose to eat the cake, the whole cake, or you could choose to strict diet. So you can choose your heart each way, and each, no matter what, whatever you focus on is what's going to become Gemini. You've got Jupiter really expanding out, and that Mars energy really expanding out, and Pluto really expanding out your powers, what you choose on. The good thing about being an adult is you can buy a whole bag of cookies. The bad thing about being adults, no one's going to tell you not to eat the whole bag. So choose your heart. Okay, Geminis. Cancerians, sun, moon, rising. Cancerians, this is an uncomfortable zone for you a little bit. This is about things that will move you outside your comfort zone, could create angst, could create a bit of anxiety. It could create a bit of new opportunities, new places you could travel, new itineraries, new schedules. And you're going to have to fully commit. And it's going to be something that could take you away from your regular routine, your mundane things that regularly happen for you, and could break that routine wide open. And you're going to have to be 2 feet in. 2 feet in could be even offers or opportunities that really take on some extra workload or refocus your direction. And I feel like not a bad thing. And just know if once you're ready to fully commit in, you're in. And you could even have a teaching opportunity. That's right up your alley, little crabs. Leo, sun, moon, rising. Leo, hey, that sun's shining on you. And we certainly have that Venus energy really playing with you. And we also have Mercury retrograde in your sign. So going over old conversations with people and really maybe having to reiterate, stake your claim again, reprioritize, say what you've already said. You might have to go over some old ground, and that's okay. That's what therapy's for. And that's where you can kind of put together, you're like, I said this before, I'm saying it again. Yeah, you are. And that's the Mercury retrograde. But just be authentic in it. This is the time for you. Maybe you didn't say what you should have said the first time. Maybe you didn't get a chance to really unload what you needed to unload, Leo. Now's your chance. You'll get that chance again. Don't worry, you won't miss that bus. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Virgo, this is, get up, be motivated, go work. This is a time for you to go get what you need. And again, I almost feel like that message of it could be hard, right? And you choose your heart, but look around and there's signs. This universe is speaking to you. What feels like delays, what feels like having to go over second phone calls, having to go over emails, having to double check everything. I could really actually be a benefit to you, and you could actually find new leads, new opportunities, and new routes out of your situation because you went over old paperwork, old contacts, old leads. Those are going to be quite good. Where your things could be bumpy is your love life because, get a dog. That I feel like, or a cat if you're a cat person. I feel like you're going to feel the love more from the 4-legged kind than possibly the 2-legged kind, and it could feel challenging. And you can feel so focused on your own personal goals that you don't have space or time for that. But an animal might bring you that companionship you could be seeking, and could be quite good for you. Libras, sun, moon, rising. Oh, my little Libras. Boy, that Chiron is in full blast right now. We've got a whole bunch of Aries energy about to show up for you. And remember, it's okay to be happy. It's okay to be happy, Libra. The shoe's not going to drop. You could be happy with a new connection. You could be happy with some phone calls or communications you didn't expect coming in. You could be happy with people reaching out to you. You could be happy with good news about your finances. The shoe's not going to drop, okay? And not to get all angst or worried or feeling like things are going to, drop on you. This is a time, Libra, that being able to go over the details of what you're going to step into, know that that going into this is going to be taking your dedication and time, but know that I feel like there's good news coming to around being valued. Venus will work in your favor this time. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. You have such bright light inside. Don't diminish it for anybody. No, Scorpio, authenticity. This is a time for you to step into your own power unapologetically. And that could be your hermit mode. Like, I have a Scorpio sun and I like to hide. I need at least 3 days under a rock. before I come out and socialize again. That's my energy. And in those times, you're able to create, you're able to go over things. So this is a time where you're going to really look at your careers, your career forward opportunities. You could take a new redirection, and you could be challenged in your home and things that you're going to have to just breathe around your home. Breathe. That could be getting air filters, air purifiers, new fans, air conditioning. It could be finding ways to hide. It could be that you even have guests or people that could be in your home, or there could be things around real estate. Just know that it's temporary energy, and that by September 21st, all that should pass. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising. It's all about your cash flow, your work, and options and decisions about where you're going. And you don't have to carry the world on your shoulders. Just be responsible for what's yours. You don't have to carry your boss. You don't have to carry the employer. You don't have to carry those things. You need to commit to things that bring you the best value, the lowest bearing fruit, the greatest value for your effort or work. This is a time for you to do that, Sagittarians, and not put yourself out for things that don't serve your family, yourself, your home. Okay. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising. Oh boy, Capricorns, let it go. Let it go. Stop ruminating over things you did, said, or what people did or said. Let it go. Move forward. This is a time for you to let go of old jobs, old people, old friends, people who did not serve you, people that were not in your greatest order, and old attitudes around it, Capricorns. You could really be stepping into a new ideology around your value, who you are, and how you are. And you could even be going on a huge healing journey where you're apologizing to people and you're owning stuff and you're growing and you're really like expanding out that soul energy. Good stuff for you. And it's gonna come back to you in opportunities that your people that that you show your ethics and your strength through. They're gonna say, hey, that person's the right person for this. Okay, then we got Aquarian, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, oh boy. Don't feel guilty for needing people. Don't feel guilty for having to rely on people. Don't feel bad, Aquarian, for having to reach out to people and having to rely on people, because although you represent the collective, you're also very individual and tend to put on a face as opposed to reach out. This is a time to reach out if you need help and be authentic in that, and come to the table with that. You're not helpless, certainly, in anything. And then I feel like anything that you're really wanting to manifest, this is your time to step forward and take action. Sign up for, commit to, look into, apply for, get your name out there. This is going to be a time where you can get some yeses, even by your birthday, which would be quite good. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. Open your heart. Oh, that's the hardest part. Heart chakra work is painful, messy, lots of snot bubbles and crying tears and that kind of stuff. And it's okay, Pisces. This is the time. You've got a couple of second. Sorry about that. And so we got cut off there for a second. I'm not sure what happened. And so open your hearts, Pisces. This is a time for you to do some deep healing, to really own your emotional space, to really put your heart out there in a big way, to really and you could do collage work, vision work, healing and therapy work. You could really be doing some deep healing at this time, and coming out into these new eclipse season with the North Node of Destiny in your sign this fall, feeling really committed to your new pathway, feeling really committed to where you're going. And that is the messages for this next 7 to 10 days for your Sun, Moon, Rising. You can find me at BernicePsopsychic.com. Apologize for the introduction on my technology with Mercury retrograde. I just knew it. In fact, I was like having problems with my own equipment here for about 20 minutes, and I was stressing about, oh my gosh, because I'm not technically savvy, so that's not my thing. But let's get into it, because I've got Barbara in Troy, New York, super patient and waiting for me. And Barbara, how can I help you today?
Oh, thank you so much for taking my call. I'm just needing some guidance regarding work. There's been a lot of changes, and also I have other irons in the fire, so just sometimes feels a little overwhelming. Not sure what's going on there and how to kind of deal with it all.
Okay, absolutely. May I ask you, what's the day and month of your birthday?
4/19.
Oh, you're an Aries, 4/19. Thank you. Right on the cusp of Taurus. You're, if you're born late at night, maybe you could be almost a little Taurus in there. But Aries, this next while, I'm going to say you have a lot of irons in the fire. Part of that is really deciding which direction you're really wanting to commit to. I feel like the irons in the fire are your worry about not being able to step into this new job, new role. Finances, financial, banking, money, mortgages, money. Something also shows up really important around you, Barbara, in terms of also dealing with those structures. I feel like there is an opportunity that could show up around within 8 weeks or 8 months in terms of work. And, you know, I want to say, 'cause I feel like there's actually, you might have your foot in 2 jobs or 2 opportunities that there's a woman who wants you to come and work with her. She wants to, I feel like she's got really good, strong water sign energy. She could be like a Scorpio energy. If she's a Scorpio, she'd be ideal for you to work with her as my Aries. But there's a woman who wants you to come and work with her. She wants you to come towards her. And I feel like there's communications that you might have had maybe earlier in the year and nothing, like it was like a wait. And now I actually feel like this woman could be coming back and saying, hey, we have this opportunity open. I thought of you. Would you be interested? Or something that you could have around your birthday even, or around April. And again in June, around June 21st, that week, that 3rd week in June would be really key to what's going to be manifesting, particularly, I feel like between the October 4th and October 8th. That time frame, there could be communications. Again, I say 8 weeks, which feels a long time frame, but something about in the next 8 weeks, work information coming forward. A woman that you might have talked to in the past could be coming forward again. Could be your name is going to come up for this opportunity. And I feel like when you say you have a lot of irons in the fire, the other thing that I'm going to go back to that I mentioned was going to be around money, mortgages, financing, houses and homes. And I feel like there's going to be 2 decisions on houses and homes. And this could be like a young adult, someone looking at moving, and then possibly a parent figure, and that there would be moves, changes, discussions around property. I do see you handling the details of things. You're like good at that, or it just winds up with you, my beautiful Barbara, around having to handle the details of these things. I do feel, oh girl, you got an offer coming with work. You have something coming that you're going to even be pleased. I almost feel like you're pleased to leave the situation you've been in. You mentioned it's been stagnant. I actually feel it's because you can do more. I feel like you stagnant in the sense of not even just financially, but maybe you can do more. You know, you can do more in terms of your work. You could be seeing economic realities in the role you're in now, where you're like, you know, I need to make changes in this. And I this isn't about you going back to go do a master's degree. This could be about doing a certification to become independent, sorry?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm feeling like I'm heading as well. Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, and you're going to have an opportunity to do this certification around your training, your certification around becoming independent in your work. And I feel like your independence and what you're working towards, like you're really good at maybe recognizing a client's needs. You could be really good at following up on leads and really digging down into. You can really bring stuff to the next level, and you might not be able to get that satisfaction or get that feeling of success, what you're doing now, only because you're not able to really maybe bring it to another level. You're not able to bring it to the next, you know, you're like feeling like a bit of a cog in the machine, you know, where you don't get the whole process. And I do feel like this offer that comes up, You might have thought, I feel like you applied at a company a couple of times. You've applied, maybe it's the company so much so that you want to work for, and the opportunity really shows up. And I feel like timing is everything. Like, or the opportunity comes through this woman and she's coming back to you. So it's something that you've already put your name into, or that you've hoped would come back, and there's been at least 4 months, no communication, or kind of left hanging since the springtime,
Okay.
And I feel like it's going to come up. And, I keep seeing that maybe you're not the only candidate that you could be part of hired. Like there's something about a team, or that you could be part of, like, right into this team. I keep seeing the color red in terms of a possible logo, or in there. I'm not sure what that means yet. I'm sorry. And that you're going to and I feel like within 4 or 5 days, even, you could be hearing an email could pop up. Something could pop up towards the end of the month, by the end of August, around what I'm talking about.
Wow.
So you put your name in already. You've already laid track there. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, I've got Melissa in Pittsburgh. Melissa, my name is Bernice Bisson. How may I be of service to you today, Melissa?
Hi, how are you?
I'm beautiful today. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Now, how can I help you today, Melissa?
I was wondering, are you able to connect with my mother-in-law by chance?
Well, I'll try. I've got about 4 minutes, so I don't know how much I can tell you in 4 minutes, but let me see what I can be helpful with. Okay? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. 4 minutes isn't usually enough time to really just drag someone out of the dead, but okay. So there's 2 children that shows up very special to your mother-in-law. There's 2 that seems to be 2 younger children or 2 smaller children. There's something important about that. There's also, it's funny because I almost wonder if they're dogs. That sounded I'm sorry, that didn't sound good. When I think about that, when you say mother-in-law, in my mind, the first image shows up is 2 dogs, and like I play with them. I feel like she shows up in a home, and there seems to be a couple of kids in this home. She shows up there quite a bit. There's something about, you have some sort of pre-wedding celebrations coming up, or some sort of pre-wedding celebration, or like an engagement party or an engagement that's going to be coming up in your family. There's 3, when I think of your mother-in-law and say family, there's a set of 3 kids, and then there's a set of 2 kids. And there's news about, I'm sorry?
I was saying, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Just so I'm in the right house. And because I can only go from what I'm seeing in my head. And that there's something about, we're waiting on news. So I'm going to go to your partner for a minute. There's something about your companion. Sorry. Okay. I feel like there's a bit of a blow up in the family, and that could be the in-law family. And there could be an unexpected separation. I don't know that I don't think I'm talking about you. And I feel like there could be a bit of drama that shows up because your mother-in-law was very much the glue. There's a strong R, letter R, and a strong A and a G. Not all in that order, just those letters keep popping up in my mind. There's, I don't know, there's been some disruption or some conflict. She shows up around that. I feel like out of those 3 kids, there could be someone whose life blew up. She's around them quite a bit. You could have unexpected company showing up shortly in the house or showing up. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Can I ask you something, Miss Melissa?
Yeah.
Do you live near your family? Do you live near them?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say this. I feel like you could have a man coming around your house quite a bit. He could be very helpful. There's some unexpected, maybe separation or some unexpected, not conflict with you, but within a couple also in the family, that you've got her passing, her heart. All I keep seeing is her heart, and her passing. I feel like she wanted to be at home. If anywhere, she just wanted to go home, or she wanted to just go home. And I feel like to keep her there, like almost like someone might keep her at home for a while. And that's where that's her happiest place. It seems to be at home. And that you've got something important coming up in September with her and that family. And I even feel like it could be around the 7th, the first week or 10 days in September, in your in-law family.
It's her mother's birthday.
Okay, and thank you. People could be coming together for that. There's with your love, your if I may, your mother-in-law shows up with 2 dogs and a man who passed. The man who passed has been gone a while already, and he's very funny, and he was handsome when he was younger. And they show up together. She mentioned something about a brother figure. I almost feel like I just saw JR like Junior. I don't know what that meant, but there's something about, there's 4, like her and maybe now 3 other people coming together, possibly around the grandmother's birthday. People coming together. The uncle seems important. Like it seems like something, maybe he's there around her. Maybe this man's around her now. I feel like the last piece I'm going to leave you with is that there is the gift of a child coming. It's going to be here in 1 year and 3 months. And I feel like it's a boy. He'll be here within there. And that it feels like is trying hard for that and know that she's right on top of it. And the R name is super important. I'm just going to leave you with that and send you love and light. And thank you for tuning in. And I hope it was helpful. And we'll see everybody for next Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee in 7 days. Have a great week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Insights with Solaris. I'm your host, Jennifer. I have been a tarot reader for over 10 years, and I have over a dozen healings modality certifications, everything from Reiki to sound therapy to plant medicine. At the end of the day, I am a channel for spirit, and I am here to guide those who find me and are asking for guidance as well. I would like to go ahead and start with a collective reading today. So I pulled a card for the collective, and it's been saying with the Seven of Pentacles here is that the collective, everyone has been working really hard on the projects that they have been developing for the past about 2 years. So if you're in that category where you try to start something about a year or two ago, you've been doing great and continue on with that. There is a temporary pause in action, but that's okay. There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing to get anxious about because you did what you needed to do. You created such a beautiful and strong foundation that you do not have to worry that it's going to fall apart because you've done your work and you're going to continue to do that because it's coming up. And I'm seeing for a lot of people in the collective energy, when it comes to that November time period, end of October going into November, what's going to happen is that you're going to see some more energy push through a lot of the projects you've been working on. And that means you're going to start harvesting because we're getting to that harvest season and harvesting all of the good things that you have been working on, which is so fantastic to see as a collective when there's so much going on in the world right now. And I see a lot of people, there is a lot of fear surrounding money or finances. Perhaps there's some risky business involved in these projects, so some type of investments. It's okay to reach out and ask others for help. And it's okay that things don't always work out the way you want to. But just know, again, that worry is a little bit unnecessary because you are moving into a new phase and you are creating all this beautiful abundance with each other, with your friends and family, with your neighbors, and just overall within the entire universe. So keep doing the good work. And when we are ready, we will be taking callers today. So we will continue on. And it looks like we have Carol from Chicago, Illinois today. So hello, Carol. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. So have you had a tarot reading before?
Yes, I have. I'd love another one.
Well, fantastic. So do you have any questions specifically today?
No, just whatever guidance comes through. I think I'm doing everything right, and I don't have any problems or ailments, or everything's looking good for me. But I'm not perfect. I might need some advice somewhere. Maybe you can pick up on something.
Yeah, the first advice is that you're allowed to enjoy life. You're allowed to have a little bit of luxury. So if you've been not wanting
I was a workaholic. Yeah, workaholic. Yes.
So yeah, spend some time I can see that you had successful self-employment as well and working together, and just overall you do have a lot of success with this Nine of Pentacles. Like you created your dreams.
Wow, you got that. I did. You're absolutely right. I created my life. I bought a house a year ago, and I did it all by myself. You're right on that.
And that's incredible. And I do see, with the Three of Fire here, perhaps you're maybe a little bit bored, but you're looking to continue on. And that's completely okay because go ahead. But this time, instead of just worrying about the money, perhaps find something a bit more in the emotional realm that gives you a bit more emotional fulfillment. Because you have all of this luxury you created. You have that house, but have you been making it a home is what I'm seeing, right? It's time to make things pretty. You got the foundation. Let's make it pretty. Let's make it joyful because you're allowed to spend a little bit. Go. I'm not saying spend recklessly or anything like that, but you work for it. You're allowed to. You're allowed to have fun. Go treat yourself to a nice dinner. Go buy a this comfortable sweater that's really fuzzy but maybe a little bit expensive because
right, yeah, I need to do that because I've been so I'm just conservative to begin with, and I have to I take care of my husband. He doesn't work, and I have a teenage son, and I hold the fort down here, and I'm the main provider, and sometimes I put myself last. And you're right, I need to start just pamper myself a little more on my days off instead of just cleaning all the time. And I get bored and sit around twiddling my thumbs. I really don't have many friends that I can connect with because I am I'm an old soul, and a lot of the people around me are just I don't connect with. So I have a few friends, and that's about it. But I need to go ahead. I've been dancing and singing and listening to music, and that helped me a lot lately. So.
Yeah. Well, let me ask this. Have you had any type of event invitation, whether it's from a wedding or some type of group gathering?
Recently, no.
Okay, recently. Keep an eye out for that because I do see you starting to connect with more people. They may be a little bit younger than you, but it does seem there are some women possibly coming towards you that could help bring more passion into your life and more of that fun, joyful energy. So if you're looking for women and friends who may be a little bit younger, but not too much younger to you, but still very mature, it does seem like you're able to build some friendships.
Yeah, there's a few of them I have in mind that I like. I'm real picky and choosy about who I let in my energy zone, but there are a few that are worthy. So that I have to I need to reach out more and stop being such a hermit. You're right. Yeah, I got to reach out to the ones that I like, and connect more on a feminine basis. I'm surrounded by men. I work with men, and I live with my husband and my son. I need some more feminine energy around me. And I have a couple of friends that I need to call up.
Yeah, I'm an engineer by day, and most of my coworkers are men. But that being said,
but they're great friends. Yeah, they're great people. Yeah, they're great, but I need some feminine,
Yeah, and
so,
I do.
Yes, you are very accurate. Thank you. You're right on the money there.
I do see some burden surrounding communication, though. So you have the 10 of Wands with the 8 of Wands. Now, the 8 of Wands is all about communication. It could be online communication as well, not necessarily face-to-face, but maybe making friends online. You can talk about some of your more less popular type of interest. And there seems like there is
I am teaching my son how to drive right now. I'm teaching my teenage son how to drive, so I'm and it can be a little nerve-wracking, but we're getting there, and that's sometimes I have trouble finding the right words on how to communicate, how to do this and how to do that, but I'm working that.
Yeah. Let's see, what else is there about that? Are you thinking about any type of new career or promotion or any type of shift?
No, but I am very valuable where I work. I work in a grocery store. I'm the head meat wrapper, and I've been there. I have 22 years in the meat cutting union, 25 years, and I have been in the same company that long, and I'm very valued employee, and I enjoy it because I like the people I work with. It's not great pay, but I enjoy what I do, and I think that's more important than money. Money is important too, but I enjoy what I do and the people around me. So no, I'm not, but I don't know if they would ask me to be a manager, then I would, but I don't know if that's coming.
So there is possibility, and that this may be as simple as getting overtime or being asked to do overtime, but there does seem to be because you are working, you have that experience. It could also just be a raise coming towards you, but it does seem like there's a little bit more that's coming towards you.
Okay,
and this may be a bit obscure, so just take it as a potential thing. What I am seeing is that as you are working, you are going to come across a young woman. It may be, I do believe it will end up being some type of mother, and you're just going to have like a general and like genuine conversation. You may not even understand, but you would say something that is going to impact this young woman here, and you're not going to know about it. But what it's going to do is going to kick off. I think it may be a customer. Go ahead.
I see a lot of. I work with the public, and I write. I like to help people, and I raise their vibration just by telepathically communicating with them. I can be my energy. Like they even say at work when I come in, I light up the room, and everyone gets in a good mood. I try to radiate and spread my love to the customers and the public, and I believe that's my life purpose. That's why I work with the public, is to help the public. And I do speak to a lot of people every day, and I do try to help them. I play psychologist with a lot of them, and and I'm there. I just sometimes just listening helps people,
Mm-hmm. And I see that in these cards because you got a lot of water here, and that's just when people are around you, they celebrate with you.
Oh, thank you. I hope I try.
Yeah. So
I believe that's my purpose, is to raise people's vibration. Yeah.
And that's coming back towards you because you're going to meet this one person and she's going to end up either saying something but it's going to kick off a chain of events where it's going to either increase your confidence, perhaps lead to a pay raise, but overall, the karmic cycle will come back. And even if you just said like words of wisdom to this young mother, somehow it's going to come back to you in a way that brings you more abundance. And we don't have much time left, so I want to get into this quickly.
Okay.
There is a change coming, and there is some life expectancy change coming that may cause a little bit of conflict. Okay, so when you come across this conflict, it's going to be a lot through communication. Just allow yourself to take that step back and continue to be diplomatic, be professional, and try to be impartial. This situation that's coming forward and this conflict and communication is not meant to go into an emotional state. Try to be as logical as possible.
Right.
Come forward. Does that make sense?
There is some changes with the men I work with, and I think one is getting demoted. I'm friends with all of them. I like to give words of wisdom, and I could give great advice to all of them. But there is conflict I'm not involved in the conflict, but the men are. And I see this conflict. I'm trying, and the one that's in trouble all the time, I try to ease his energy, and I help him.
Continue on with that and trust in your intuition. Continue to be impartial and logical in that, and you're going to just fly by all what you need.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope your week has gotten off to a wonderful start. So I just wanted to mention, first of all, real quick, that I have a lot of videos posted on my TikTok. So my channel is Mind Body Nourish. And I think the username, the @ is @medium_Andrea over there on TikTok. I post card readings, collective messages, channeled messages on there pretty regularly. So if you want to, you can go check that out. But now for today's message for the week, I was hearing light, alignment, and joyful creations. So the angels wanted me to bring through the guidance to say that you are free to begin this new start. You're on the right path, and it is okay to release what you don't need anymore. Acknowledge any feelings if you have anything like doubt, fear, guilt, and just try to understand where it's coming from. And know that it is okay to let go of those narratives that don't help you. So open yourself up to a new path and a new life if that is something that feels right for you, if that feels like where you are headed. And that message could be for you. A path that brings in more light, more joy to your own heart, and allow that vision to be able to expand. So without putting limits on, what's possible. And we live in a universe that's unlimited, and embrace the new you with open arms and an open heart. So there's a lot of options to live and work in a way that allows more freedom. And just know that there's a lot going on in the background that you might not see yet. A lot of moving parts in the background is what they're showing me. But it allows a lot of change for the better. And just, they're saying to go with the flow as well as embrace what comes up, what shows up, what is, to embrace it. So releasing attachment to the outcome and knowing that when you surrender, the universe can come in. And so instead of getting things and things being the way you think it needs to happen in a specific way, then when you surrender, it allows stuff to come in that's even better to arrive in your life. And that makes it more fun, more interesting, and more abundant and joyful. And makes things be able to come in a way with more grace and ease, more alignment. And just know that you can open up to something new and have it be really good. Okay, we are going to take a caller now. So Angela in New York.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you doing? I'm doing well.
Good. What can I help you with?
Yeah, I wanted to see if you can connect with any of my past loved ones.
Okay. Let me go ahead and just take a moment here. I'll sit in silence and see who I am picking up around you. I don't know if there's an Amy, but I did see the name Amy.
I don't know. Oh, maybe Lindy. I don't know. Maybe something that rhymes with Amy. I don't.
Right.
Any Amy.
So I'm feeling a few different energies. I'm just trying to pinpoint. So I am feeling a male. He comes through as somebody who shows up as like younger when they passed, not necessarily younger than you, but younger. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And then I see like sometimes it's literal and sometimes it just shows me for a reference, but for some reason his hair stands out to me. Like he's got straight hair that is like a sandy blonde or a light brown colored hair. It's a lighter color.
Yeah, this could be my brother.
Okay. Let's see what he wants to say, what I can get. He's sighing, like something about his chest. Okay, I'm not sure what he means by it. A lot of times we carry grief in our lungs, but I don't know if this is talking about family or if this is talking about him. But he's sighing like a big sigh of relief almost, for somebody who was dealing with a lot of heaviness, a lot of turmoil or sadness or just a lot of burdens. And now there's this release energy. Does that make sense? So he's turning it over to be like, there was this heaviness, there was this sadness.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
This burden, and he's turning it over, and I'm seeing like just the release, the relief, and like this happiness and lightness that has come in. Now, I don't know if he's talking about him or if he's talking about somebody in your family. So I'm not sure about that. I mean, it kind of seems like it's him, but then it's almost like he's showing me some people around you that are like, or that feel like that too. Or so you got to take that just however it resonates. But let me see why he's bringing that up. So I had a message earlier on a different platform, but it was very much like this grieving and this heaviness and sadness and just turning it over to a lot of joy, a lot of activity. So whether it's somebody who's grieving and they're really sad, turning it, or there's something else, causing that pain. There's this energy of like bringing lightness into one's life, bringing happiness. It's like this message that he wants to bring in about allowing happiness, allowing like bringing an energy into life that is like joyful. That's I don't know. It just feels vibrant, I guess. And maybe going from like an energy of feeling mundane to an energy of like bringing passion and zest for life back in. So I think that's a message for you, just that
there's another part to it of happiness, being happy on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, my cat did die like 2 weeks ago, and I've been handling it very, very hard. Like my heart's been hurting physically from so much pain. So maybe he feels the pain because like when he passed, this was even worse. Like, I don't know why. It was more painful for my cat that passed.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they're like our babies, you know, so it's definitely understandable. It's really hard. Let me see what else that I can pick up for you about it. So I don't know why, but I'm seeing straightening of the spine, like sitting up really tall, if that makes sense. It's almost, I thought maybe it had to do with a cat, but I'm not totally clear. But it's almost like I'm just seeing the cat sitting up really tall, like there's a regalness to your cat, a royalty energy to your cat that just, your cat is very has a lot of healing energy.
Yeah, I mean, she was only 2 years old, so she was very young, and she was only 2, so that's what makes it hard. That I don't know what went wrong.
Exactly. I've had that happen to me as well with a dog, so I really understand that.
Yeah, it's very effective.
Yeah, it's like just to understand that when that does happen, we don't really understand why, but at the same time, it did happen how it was meant to happen. That sometimes they're just here for a really short time. And so, that's the way that it was supposed to be, because that the soul chose that, which is really hard. And now you have, your angel cat to be around you. And they do spend time around us a lot after they pass. Like our loved ones, like people, our animals are around us a lot. And they'll even, when you're having a hard time with something in life, they'll even come around and be around you at that time as well, to bring in, some healing for you and just some comfort for you. So I'm so sorry. I know that's really hard. But just know that, it does happen like it's supposed to, even though we don't understand it. And
I mean, do you know if she was in pain at all?
You know what? I don't have a lot of time left. You want to email me, and if you email me, I'll continue. I'll just send you an email of all of that information that I can get. You want to do that?
Okay. Yeah, that's thank you.
It's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, everybody. Well, that is going to do it for me this week. Have a wonderful week, and you can check out my Stand store, stand.store/mediumandrea. If you want to check out my readings or products, services, you can do that. And have a wonderful week, and thank you so much.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
For those of you who don't know, I am the owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist. So hopefully in a very short amount of time, we will get a caller on here and we will be able to answer some questions for you, give you a little bit of angelic guidance. While we're waiting for a caller on the line, I would like to remind those of you who are interested that on the first Thursday, starting in September, the first Thursday of every month at 6:30 p.m., we will be doing my Women's Healing Through Empowerment group. I started that group last June. That will be going hybrid come September. So you can either join us in person at the Awaken Center, again, the first Thursday of every month at 6:30 p.m., or you can join us online on Zoom at 6:30 p.m. and be part of that. In this group, I work on helping women kind of work on whatever is blocking their path, whatever they need removed. We work together, we come together, we fellowship, we kind of work on getting a supportive network of other like-minded people who are into the holistic area. Sometimes we do energy healings. Sometimes it's guided meditation. We will be doing a spirit animal journey. We do all kinds of stuff. It's all whatever spirit tells me for the month needs to be happening. And then also at the end of the group, everybody gets a 1-card pull. So you get like a quick mini reading. So I do believe we have a caller on the line. Teresa in Dalton, Georgia is here with us. Hi, Teresa. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How can I help you today?
I was just needing a reading, a psychic reading.
Okay.
I mean, not a psychic, a medium reading.
Medium reading. Okay. So every medium, just so you know, does it a little differently. Some people need like specific dates, birth dates, death dates.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 203.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. I apologize if you've been here hanging out for a couple minutes. We had some technical difficulties, but we are good to go for now. So for those of you who do not know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium. I am a life coach. I am a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, and also a pranic energy healer, as well as a hypnotherapist. So I've got lots of tools to be able to help lots of people with. Just so you know, my services, my website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. I can do my services in person, on the phone, by text. video chat, whatever works for you. I also do in-person services at the Awaken Center in Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania. Just to kind of give you a quick run through of what's going to be going on in September. So starting September, we are coming back from vacation, getting back into the swing of things. And on September 5th, which is a Thursday night, I will be having my Healing Through and Healing Through Empowerment women's group. So that the charge for that will be a hybrid meeting, is $20 per person per session. Every group every month is a little different. We do energy healings, we do guided meditations, we do all kinds of things. We will later on, if not before the end of this year, hopefully early next year, be doing a spirit animal journey. So you can join us in person at the Awaken Center at the Plymouth Meeting Mall on the first Thursday of every month at 6:30 p.m. Or you can join us on Zoom. And again, you can see my website, Angels Always Around Us, for more information about that. Another in-person event that I do the second Sunday of every month is the Energy Healing Exchange that we offer at the Awaken Center at the Plymouth Meeting Mall as well. That is from noon to 1:30. That is open to any energy healers, whether you're a shaman, a Reiki master, a pranic healer, an angelic healer, any type of healer you are, come on in and we will go. And then also real quickly, Thursday, the fourth Thursday of the month at 6 p.m., we have a game night, which is open to those with special needs and those without. And we have a caller on the phone. So Melinda, how are you today?
Hi.
How can I help you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
That's
how
good.
How can I help you today?
I'd love a reading, anything that spirit or universe gonna tell me. I'd love it.
Okay, are you good if I pull an angel card or two for you?
Beg your pardon?
Can I pull an angel card or two for you to help me?
Oh yeah.
For you?
Any cards are fine.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, Melinda, your first card is Yvonne, and she wants you to know that not only do you have a special bond with animals, but she wants you to know that your animals that have passed, that you think about, they are being guarded over and watched over by angels, and your deceased loved ones, they are there. They will meet you at the Rainbow Bridge. This is the message Yvonne has for you. She says, you know, you're kind of going to be a little bit bombarded when you get there. You're going to have some critters you've already known, and you've got some future critters coming down the line to you that will be there when you get there. It's kind of going to be like a puppy and kitten and animal critter pile when you get there, but that's way down the line, no time soon. Our other card that comes up for you today is Athena. And she comes to remind you that it's safe for you to be powerful. Sometimes, you know, women get a bad rap. And, you know, we try to be assertive. People call us mean. People call us that female dog word. You know, they do different things. But it's okay. Athena wants you to know this is the time. This is the time for you to stand in your power. You have to be assertive in your life. You have to put your foot down. And you have to help people recognize when they are mistreating you. Because a lot of people I'm hearing have kind of been using you for a doormat for a long time, so they're used to it. Athena says, no more, Melinda. It's time to stand up and say, you know what? I love myself more than this. I deserve better respect than this. So show it to me, or I'm going to have to show you the door. And I know that sounds kind of frank and kind of, you know, blunt, but
it sounds good coming out of your mouth. Maybe not mine.
Well,
you say it so gently but assertive.
Well, you'll get there. Practice in the mirror. I love and respect myself too much to allow you to treat me like this. So please either show me the respect I deserve, or I have to show you the door.
Correct. I think I'm in this predicament because I've sacrificed myself in helping others rather than, being assertive for those that don't appreciate it. You're right.
And you know what? We all fall into it. I think at some point in our lives, those of us who care about others kind of fall into that. And that's a boundary we have to learn how to set. and it takes some time. So when you put those boundaries up, recognize, one, that you've set the boundary, and two, even if they don't accept the boundary, don't beat yourself up about that. Be like, okay, well, I said it. They're choosing to walk over it, and take that deep breath and tell yourself, okay, they're choosing not to abide by my boundary. I'm not seeing them this week. And if it happens to be mom and dad who aren't abiding, then you're not seeing them this week. And, they will come around. Your family will come around. People will come around who are supposed to be in your circle. The universe, when you start putting these boundaries up, the universe will take care of you, and they will make sure that these people who really shouldn't be in your inner circle, who are taking advantage of you, as you put your boundaries up, the universe will remove them from you and then drop new people into your life who will be respectful of you. But you have to show the universe that you believe you deserve better first.
That's correct. I've got to treat myself with respect. Yeah. Absolutely.
So we have like a minute left. Is there anything else I can answer for you today?
I wanted to ask you, because my car's been written off, and I've got a 90-day notice at home. I just want to know if there is a possibility that the landlord will reconsider her decision, or is it time to move on?
Okay, so what I hear is it's definitely time to move on. But here's the thing, Linda, you are working with Athena now. She is here. She is helping you be assertive. She is helping you to stand in your power and be powerful. Ask the angels. If you don't remember her name, it doesn't matter. You have tons of angels working with you. Ask them, angels, help me find the right place where I'm supposed to live next, because you are definitely supposed to move, girlfriend.
Okay. I'll get ready. I was hoping it wasn't going to be so soon, but, it's all happening at once.
When the universe says go, there's a good reason, and I see good things coming from this move. You just have to get on the other side of it first.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're
Blessings
welcome.
to you.
Thank you for joining
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And again, I am Margaret Phillips. My business name is Angels Always Around Us. If you would like a private reading or energy healing or life coaching, or you just want to find out more about my services, go to my website, angelsalwaysaroundus.com, or go to my Facebook page, which is also Angels Always Around Us. Thank you again for joining us. I hope you all have a great week, and I will see you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ravengale Tarot with LJ Ravengale. Live from Ravengale.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ravengale Tarot on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, love, and welcome to another episode of Sessions Here.
Welcome, I'm LJ Ravengale Tarot on A1R Psychic Radio. To reach me directly, you can go to ravengale.com. That's RAVENGAYLE.com. We are taking live calls as they queue up. I thought we'd do a 3-card reading from the Tarot of the Orisha by Zorak and Durkhan. In the past position, we have Earth reversed. Our world is depicted wrapped in the coils of the cosmic serpent, bordered by signs of the 4 elements: goat, dove, fish, and dragon. Obstacles at every turn, getting lost, are not even getting started. And in the present position, we have the Ace of Fire. This beautiful deck incorporates astrology in its art. So when we have a lion representing the fire sign Leo as the first card in the suit of fire, the symbology is hard to ignore. fire, the spark of desire and action. This is the beginning of something new that will take all of your support and focus. And in the future position, we have the 8 of Earth reversed. A potter in his home made of stone. He's surrounded by pottery, bowls, utensils, pots. Inspiration and motivation have left. It is important to remember the lessons learned from a stalemated project. And so moving forward, as we're still waiting for our caller, I'll go ahead and pull a single card. Coming up. And that card is the 7 of Pentacles. 7 is the number of change, and Pentacles is the suit of the material, money and wealth. So, and I see we have Lisa in Toronto, Ontario on the phone with us. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm excited to speak to you today.
I'm excited to have you here. How can I help?
Well, I was wondering if I could get some advice on my career.
Oh, sure. Is there something in particular about your career that you want to know about, or just something general?
Well, there's lots of change going on around me, and I'd like to know if there is going to be opportunity for me to have advancement or not.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and do a 3-card spread to get us started here. So there's change in the workplace for Lisa. We need to know about opportunities for advancement. Opportunities for Lisa. What opportunities are there? And probably time to stop shuffling. The cards don't want to move. Okay. So in the past, I have the Knight of Pentacles reversed with the Lover's card, which is an odd thing to see in a reading about work. So I'm going to continue putting things down to see. Okay, I'm pretty confident that Lover's card is about your commitment and the feeling of taking the job when you took the job. It was something that you really felt was something that would fit you and would be something that you'd be able to be with for a very long time. In the present, right. I can see you here with the King of Wands reversed and the Knight of Cups and the 2 of Cups reversed. And I don't really feel that those are people so much as they are an observation of their projects both beginning and underway. That you're in the middle of trying to complete, but it's really hard to have a sense of fulfillment, which is your cups, because you're really questioning the partnership, which is the duality of the number 2. The good news is you've got the Ace of Wands, which is a new beginning, and I don't really see any sign of you actually leaving the job. So I do feel that there is a future for you there with that company. With the Ace of Wands, it's going to be something completely different, almost like a switch to a department or a handing off or taking on of new responsibility. Moving forward, as far as what supports you, you've got the 3 of Pentacles. So that's a lot of security in your job. It really provides well for you. Along with that, you've got the 8 of Swords, an odd card to have in a position of positivity. So I would say that you're going to feel at first that you're somewhat limited. It's almost as if they're going to say, okay, I have this one opportunity for you, this Ace of Wands, and that's going to be it for now. I would take your rest while you can, because you've also got the 4 of Swords reversed. Which is movement after a period of rest and building a new foundation. So I would say things are looking good. Would you like me to see what happens if you leave the job prior to this offer coming through?
That would be good, a good option to learn. So thank you. Yes, I'd love to know that.
Okay. So what happens if Lisa moves on, finds another job? What happens here? What happens to Lisa moving on, taking another job? Okay. So here we've got the Page of Wands with the World reversed and feeling out of step. Kind of describes the situation that you've put forward. In the present with the Ace of Swords reversed, it's a feeling of not being able to move forward. But then you've got the Six of Wands, and sixes are decisions. Wands has to do with the way that your mind works, your creativity. I don't think you will be happy looking at these cards that I'm pulling for you and making a change before that offer comes through for you.
Okay.
There are going to be other opportunities, but don't feel as if you're trapped in this job with this single opportunity that they want to give you. If it's not what you want, then you should probably make the move. But I would wait to watch how this thing plays out with your current employer. Along with that, what supports you in looking at this, trying to get the whole picture here for us, I've got the King of Wands with the Empress reversed. I've got the Knight of Cups reversed with the Four of Wands reversed. And then I've got the King of Swords with the High Priestess reversed. Those are three separate opportunities that you would be looking at. If you take the jump before they offer you something new, if you take that jump, you're going to have three different opportunities, but they're not necessarily going to be what you want. So you might be better off just waiting to see what opportunity they offer you and then make the move. So you want me to see what happens if you wait?
Yes, let's see what happens if I wait.
Okay, you wait. Wait to see what this opportunity is. Yeah, you wait. What's happening? What's her opportunity? Queen of Pentacles reversed with the Nine of Cups. In the present, I've got the Sun, and then I've got Strength reversed. Boy, trusting the situation is going to be a real test for you. And I say that because I've got these two major arcana cards that came up for you, and they're good cards to have. But these are about your personal growth or your spiritual growth. And so you're going to be stretched in this waiting period. I still don't see you leaving. No, but it isn't necessarily going to be all roses and sunshine either.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is in what doesn't support you is the Ten of Pentacles reversed, which is fear for your security. Did you have something else in mind?
Well, I have a new boss that just came on, and so you're very accurate with the way that you've described the situation. And so I do think that I'm tending to agree with you to think that you're right. I'm going to wait it out. There's a lot of payouts coming if I wait it out, rather than jumping ship now, just because my ego is upset that I was overlooked for a promotion. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay,
I do have.
Pentacles, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The Six of Pentacles that shows up as part of what supports you in if you stay is going to be that payout. Then the thing that comes after it is I've got the Knight of Swords reversed with the Two of Pentacles reversed. So be careful with your payout because that you might need to rely on that for a while, and it's going to be hard to resist the temptation to go, whoopee, I got payout, and not be extravagant. I would be cautious at least for the first month or so afterwards while you evaluate your position. And I really feel like you're going to have good things coming out of this, possibly even as a reward for taking the ego hit.
Okay. That's cool. That makes sense. Absolutely.
Oh, good.
Absolutely. Can I ask one more question?
Absolutely. I've got about a minute and a half.
Okay. I wanted to ask about my mother's health.
Okay. Lisa's mother's health. What's happening here? Lisa's mother's health. Lisa's mother's health. Yeah, I can see why you're a little concerned. Okay, so in the past position, I've got the Ten of Wands reversed. So I would say in that case, her health has perhaps been going through a slow decline. In the present, I've got the Ace of Wands reversed, where this decline is becoming quite evident. And then you've got the Queen of Wands reversed with the Four of Swords. That's her taking a period of rest and a period of recuperation. Is she facing some sort of medical procedure or something?
Yeah, my mom's got, we've got a series of procedures, minor procedures coming up. She's been diagnosed with cancer.
Okay. I do see this as being a longer recovery than what you would like, but I don't see it as being the end. If that helps.
Great news. That's great news.
Okay. I've got probably about 15 seconds here. So is there something quickly I can speak to?
Just want to ask a quick question about my husband's career.
That's a little bit long for me, but I will pull a single card. Husband's career, I've got the Hung Man. He's taking a break.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sessions with Spirit with Gene Rose. Live from Facebook.com/Tarot Readings by Gene Rose. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. One of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Sessions with Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, love, and welcome to another episode of Sessions with Spirit. I am your host, Jean Rose. I am so happy to be with you all this evening, or perhaps even daytime or morning, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome in. I hope you grab a beverage and sit and join me. Yes, I was going to say coffee, but I realized that most people, do not drink coffee at night like I do. Well, I'm just saying, I don't mean to step off frame, but your girl might have some Starbucks. I might. We're starting the night off right. Right? That might be the New Yorker in me, though. I'm just saying. So my loves, tonight we'll be taking 2 live callers, 2 people in which I have no idea who they are, where they're from, what they would like a reading on, as well as 2 beautiful readings for 2 of my followers. Yes. Also, I want to give a shout out to my Stiggies. I know they're watching. Yes. And I just want to say hello to all of them. Guys, if you are not following me yet on TikTok, I don't know what you are doing with your life. Oh my goodness. Find me at Mrs._Stiggy. Yes. And I just want to correct a typo real quick on the bottom. It says visit your girl. The Facebook page is actually Tarot Readings by Jean Rose, not with. So just want to correct that at the beginning. I might be mentioning it here and there. I know there have been quite a few of you that have been trying to find me and have been unfortunately unable. I promise you, your girl is here. Yes. So let's get started. So we're going to begin with Jen from New Hampshire. Yes. She had requested a love reading. So I can't wait to get that started for her. We're going to see what the cards say for her, you know? So let's get boogie. I just got it. Oh my God. Is that a disco word, boogie? Might be. Oops. False alarm. Oh, thank you. So, yes. Oh, we got a leap card. Oh, okay. So, Jen, balance is definitely required in this situation, for sure. Okay. I feel as though you're going to have unexpected success. However, it is only going to happen after you heal. Allow yourself that time and space to basically be alone. You know, this is going to be really important. The second card is the Ace of Wands. So first being the Ace of Swords, unexpected success. Love will find you, you will not find it. And then your third card was the beautiful Eight of Pentacles. That card is all about direction. It's also about manifestations and things coming to fruition. Things will happen when they're meant to. Try not to rush them and try not to force them. But most of all, remember that you're worth it. Okay? Guys, let's take our first caller. Let's begin with Jody. Yes, my love. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing great, love. It's so nice to speak to you.
Yeah.
What would you like a reading on tonight?
Just general, please.
General, absolutely. How's the weather been where you are?
Well, it's on and off. It's like sunny 1 minute, raining the next. It's been raining today. You wouldn't think it was summer over here.
You know what? I detest when it is so unpredictable like that. I'm from the States. Yeah, and where I am, it is very unpredictable. In fact, there's a running joke that you want to have a snow shovel, flip-flops, and maybe even rain boots in your trunk because of how things might go during the day. All right, love.
Yeah, all 4 seasons.
I know, all 4 seasons in a day. It's crazy. Yeah. So, love, I pulled a couple of cards from you. I can tell you right now that you're at I don't want to call it a crossroads, but I kind of do. You're kind of at that point where you can either go left or you can go right, and you're trying to decide and figure out which path would be best for you. I will tell you that I am very encouraged by your cards, and I do feel as though you're going to go in the right direction. Yes, I do. In fact, one of your cards was the Chariot, which is going to refer to movement as well as progress. Is there any chance that you could be also getting a new car?
Not that I know of. I'm actually banned at the moment.
Okay, no, I like to ask because the Chariot can also refer to an actual vehicle. So I like to always ask because if you are, then that is definitely your confirmation that things are going to happen. If not, and that doesn't resonate, then it just refers to movement and progress. So definitely moving, like I said before, in the right direction and having things ultimately go your way. I would encourage you not to be distracted and also do not procrastinate. One of the other cards I pulled for you was the Magician, and he is all about those 2 energies. So not being distracted, not procrastinating. Also, I pulled a clarification card, which just would be an extra card to add a little advantage and explain a little bit more about that Magician. It was the 7 of Swords, which is going to refer to self-sabotage. So stepping away from those energies or those behaviors or patterns that you normally would do that would keep you on that hamster wheel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
If there's anything on the table that you need to decide, definitely decide not to. Another one of your cards was the Empress. Yeah. So any decisions that are at the forefront of things, chalk it up to deciding not to decide. However, don't procrastinate too long because remember, we don't want to give that Magician any power. But definitely do not pressure yourself in forcing yourself to make a decision, especially sooner than you are ready. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. It was my pleasure,
Thank
my
you so
love.
much. So nice to speak to you.
Oh, you're very welcome, Jody. You have a wonderful night, my love.
And you, take care.
You too. Bye-bye, love. Oh, what a sweetheart. She was absolutely fantastic, guys. Yes. The second reading we're going to do is for my Pookie. Hello, Pookie. Love, this one is for you. She requested a reading on finance. Yes, she did. So we're going to be pulling a couple of cards for her as well or before we take our next caller. And like I said, we're just going to do a couple of cards for her on finance, see what the cards say and can tell her about her financial life. Oh, I love when they shuffle like that. Ooh, yes. Love, teamwork makes the dream work. I know right now things are a bit tough. However, you did get the Fool. The Fool is going to be a beautiful card about moving in a new and different direction. It is all about new job, new focus, new direction, new path, just all things new. Do I feel as though things are going to be getting easier? Yes, I do, because your first card that we start with is the Three of Pentacles. Remember, Pentacles is from the money and materials suit. I just pulled an extra card. It was the Queen of Wands. That card, as you guys know, is my favorite as I have it tattooed on my hand. It represents being a warrior and being able to handle every brick that is thrown at you and being able to use it to build the foundation that you stand on. So even if things are a little, kind of weary right now or just uncertain, try not to stay in that space and know and understand that things in the end are going to pan out. They're definitely going to work out for you. You also did receive the Chariot, as well as I just pulled an extra card and was the Six of Pentacles. That card is going to refer to money coming in a time of need. I think things are going to ease up for sure. So I would encourage you not to give up. Don't be discouraged. Don't get disheartened. Know that everything is going to fall into place when you need it. And I know you're probably going to be like, JJ, I need it now. You know what? That is true. But the longer you wait, the bigger, the better the blessing. So just keep that in mind. All right? Yes. Guys, let's take our next caller. We have Gail. Hello, Gail. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. I saw you are in Kentucky.
Yes. Uh-huh.
That is wonderful. My sister-in-law actually goes to UK.
Oh,
yes.
Wonderful.
She goes to, I know, in Lexington. So how funny. What a small world.
It is.
Very. Oh, my gosh. Love, what are we reading on this evening?
Well, are you a medium by chance?
I am.
Okay, well, I have several in spirit, and I would like to see if you could contact any of my relatives.
Is one of them that is, not to cut you off, my love, is one of them that is past your dad by chance? Or who's the male?
Well, what age male?
I feel like it could be a father figure.
Yes.
Okay.
It could be.
Yes. Did you also have a younger male that passed, though?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your son?
No. I haven't had a son to pass away.
All right. Why does he have that energy towards you, though?
Well,
you always nurtured him, you always loved him. Oh, love! Did you always take care of him?
Yes.
That's why. Oh, how sweet. It was very unexpected when he passed.
Yes.
Love. I feel like you never got, I don't want to say over it, but in the back of your mind, you kind of always wondered what could have been, which makes sense. Right. What do you still have of his? Do you still have the ring?
Do
you have something of his? Do you have something of his? Or did you have something of his?
Did I what?
Or did you have something of his?
Well, I did. I had his remains, but I passed them on to his mother.
Beautiful. He thanks you for doing that. Yes, he does show me white roses. That is going to symbolize him being at peace. He extends them outward, which is going to resemble him being at peace with the decision that you made. So if there's any guilt that you are feeling for not keeping them or anything like that, let it go. Honestly, he says it was years ago, and he is so proud of the life that you have today.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it? Yes.
Very nice.
And then, love, is your mom also passed? Who's the female? The older female?
Yeah. My mother.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. My condolences, for sure.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Who was it that passed from the chest? Heart or lungs? But I'm having like trouble breathing.
Oh, that was my dad. Yes.
Okay. He's, like I said before, he is definitely with me. They are together. Yes.
Good.
Were they a bit of a spicy couple? Did they fight a little bit?
Yeah.
Or get feisty? Yes, they got feisty.
Yes.
They don't bicker as much, but they definitely do have their jokes. I will say that. Like two Spitfires, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yes. They kind of are funny, to be honest. They are very funny. Because it's just the commentary. And your mom is like, oh, stop it. Like, you know, and then your dad's like, what? Like, I didn't do anything. Like, so they kind of go back and forth, which is really hysterical. Yes. Oh, Gail, it's really cute, to be honest. Were they together a long time?
Yes.
Yeah?
It was over 50 years.
Oh, wow. That is beautiful. Why do I feel like when one passed, the other one just kind of stopped? Like life just kind of, it was like no more.
Oh, yeah. My mother did do that.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. That loss was very hard for her. You know, as much, she says, yes, we gave each other a run for our money, but that didn't matter because and they had a rule, never go to bed angry. They stuck by that rule. And I don't know if they even told you when you were of age to get married, but that was something that they were like, you know, very hell-bent against, was ever going to bed mad. You know, you can fight, you can bicker, but you don't ever and your mom says, don't ever let the sun set on your anger. How beautiful. True. Yeah. Oh, love. And then who is the younger female?
Well, that would be my daughter.
Oh, honey. Oh, honey, my condolences.
Thank you.
You got the call? What's with the phone call? Okay. Okay.
That I should come to the hospital.
She makes me feel like it was, like there was some circumstances that were accidental. Would that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. Honey, she's at peace. Why did she show me purple flowers?
Well, I think it was about a year ago, I had some flowers put on her grave, and there was some purple in there.
Were there?
Yes.
Love. That is going to represent that she was there when you put them. I mean, she's not at that grave. You understand that, right?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. because she's with you. Do you get random songs on the radio that remind you of her? Because music is very, she starts playing music for me. And that was how she, I want to say, communicated. She loved music. Loved music. That was honestly the joy of her life.
Right.
I don't want to say she was withdrawn, but she didn't have a lot of friends. And music was one thing that was a constant, aside from her family, obviously. But no matter what mood she was in, no matter where she was mentally, emotionally, music was something that always lifted her up. Always lifted her up.
Yes.
Oh, love. She wants you to know that she's at peace.
Good, good.
She is. Did you question if there was like suffering involved or she was in pain? Because she keeps saying, tell my mom I'm okay, that it was okay. I didn't hurt. It didn't hurt.
Good.
It didn't hurt. So she wants to make that crystal clear to you. In fact, she shows me you and you're kind of going through the motions of what you think happened. And she is just like, JJ, please tell her, don't stop assuming. Stop assuming. It didn't go the way that it went in your head. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. What you kind of have it played out to be is way, way more than what it was. And she wants you to know that. She wants you to know, and she calls it peaceful. It was peaceful. There wasn't fear. There wasn't like that moment. She didn't have that, love. She didn't have that.
Okay.
Yes. And I want to say also that your parents greeted her. So she wasn't alone.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Who is the other male, love? Is that a grandfather?
It could have been my Uncle Cecil.
Okay. Oh.
He was a tall
Yeah,
man.
very tall. Very tall. Yes. Kind of like a family man, you know? But a bit of a loner. Yeah, a bit of a loner. Had a bit of a reputation in the family, which I kind of adore, actually, because he was a Spitfire himself. You know, very strong energies in the family, which I love. You know, I think that's really beautiful when you have somebody who is just so strong and very independent as well.
Right.
Love, he wants you to know that he's at peace as well.
Good.
The family is together. So if that's something that you worried about, they're together.
Yes, I did worry about it. There was some estrangement in the family.
That did not last. As they passed, all peace was made.
Good, good.
Yeah. A lot of what we go through in the physical realm disappears when we enter into the spiritual. Anger, resentment, all of that goes away. Pain, whether it be emotional or even physical, that all dissipates. You know, think of that version of perfection, of nirvana, even. That's what they're living. But they each show me that they try to give you signs, especially your daughter. So next time you hear that song on the radio that reminds you of her, just know it's her giving you that sign.
Okay.
Oh, Gail.
I sure will.
Oh, love. This has been absolutely beautiful. I would love if you would keep in touch with me and give me an update, because I don't know, I adore you and I adore your loved ones. It has been such a joy channeling them. Love, you can give me a follow on Facebook at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. Just shoot me a message, and I promise you that you and I will keep in touch.
Okay, thank you so much.
You are so welcome, love. You have a wonderful night.
You too.
Oh, Gail, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was amazing and unexpected. You know, I don't like to get emotional during readings, but being an empath, sometimes I just can't help it. You know, the tears just come. They do. Guys, I want to thank you all so much for joining me this evening. Things definitely went fast tonight. We definitely had a blast. And as you know, time flies when you're having fun. Don't forget, you can follow me on Facebook at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose. I do offer private sessions. So if you're thinking about getting in contact with me, definitely reach out. I promise I don't bite. I offer sessions in 30-minute increments as well as 1 hour. And let me tell you what, they are worth every penny. You can also find me on Instagram as well as TikTok. On TikTok, I am Mrs._Stiggy, Stiggi. Yes, there you will also find my link tree, which will bring you to my other social platforms. This has been delicious, if I may say so myself. The readings that I was able to give tonight were definitely heartfelt, and they for sure hold a lot of meaning for me. You know, being able to give that peace, especially when people are experiencing some of the darkest times in their life, is honestly what keeps me going and keeps me doing this. Let's face it, as a medium, you get a front row seat to life's worst tragedies. And that's not always easy to handle. But by the grace of the universe, I'm able to give messages. And I love when I'm able to feel that weight being lifted off that person. It's almost like you can feel them take that deep breath, you know? Like all of a sudden their world is in color again. And that moment, it means a lot. Right? Oh my gosh. I am just a teary Tina tonight. Guys, I truly hope that you enjoyed this episode. Ooh, Gail's reading definitely got to me. It'll be one that I remember for sure. It doesn't always happen, but usually when I am able to connect with someone and I feel that grief, I don't want to say it takes a toll, but it definitely leaves a mark. You know, and I remember the people I read for. You guys aren't forgotten. Whether I read you on the show, I read you on TikTok, on Facebook, it does not matter. Or if you have a private session with me, I promise you, when I lay my head on the pillow at night, you guys are the ones I think of. Truly. Be careful this weekend. We have a full moon on Monday. And I'm not saying that as a physical warning. It is more so, you know, everybody's going to act like a freaking nut. So be careful, stay sane. Remember, Mercury is still in retrograde, okay? So we want to deep breath, okay? Take it easy, take things in strides. Be easy with the communication. We're going to get through it, as we always do. Guys, I will see you next week. I love you all. Have a beautiful and blessed night. And thank you so much for watching. Again, I am your host, Jean Rose, and I hope you enjoyed another episode of Sessions with Spirit. Take care, guys.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this world of ours. I mean, there's so many different things going on, so many different weather events, but even here in Australia, we're still behind what the US is doing. I mean, we've all been tuning in frantically to look at the different, political things that are going on and the launches and the whatever else is. So it's, it's quite interesting television from our point of view because we don't do elections here in Australia like that. It's sort of like, oh, no, don't tell me we've got to vote, and we get all sort of down in the mouth and cranky. We don't sort of celebrate it in any way or have some long party that seems to go on forever. We sort of all whinge and moan about, we've got to take a few minutes out of our Saturday to go and vote for somebody we don't particularly like or the best of a bad bunch. So I find it very fascinating to watch that, that there's such parties and famous people turning up to launches to launch a party. It really fascinates me to see how excited you get. And that's a good thing because we should all get excited about our local politics. I mean, after all, we live in the country and we're part of it. So we should get excited and sort of understand what's going on. Anyway, we'll move on to the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Three of Pentacles, which has absolutely nothing to do with politics. It's improvements underway, but delays around it. It can be the card of renowned glory or a place of worship. Now, it's got three separate sort of meanings, and you sort of say to yourself, well, which one is she talking about? Well, most of us would like some improvements in our lives, even though there may be some delays around it. That would be very nice. Even if you're having a fantastic week, there's always something that's going to rub you up the wrong way. Renowned glory to me is finally achieving something that you've worked very long and hard for. It's something, it's like the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake. And it's something that, you can really sit back and be very, very proud of. And for a lot of us, there's been a lot of hard work over a long period of time that something may now be coming to fruition, or something that we've been working very hard on is now becoming our renowned glory. Now, a place of worship, is, can be a church, but I'm one of those people that believes that you can worship or follow your own personal religion, whatever that may be, anywhere. You don't need to go into a particular building or a particular place to do that. Your own spiritual beliefs or your own religious beliefs are inside you and you carry them with you. So if you look at it in that way, your place of worship can be anywhere. It could be down the beach, it could be in the park, it could be sitting on the couch. So wherever your place of worship is. Now, before we start the astrological sort of reading for this week, I want to clear something up. I've had so many messages in my inbox about what does this full moon mean? Yes, it is a supermoon, which just means it's closer to Earth and it appears to be bigger. So we have those from time to time. It doesn't make the moon any more powerful or the sign that it's sitting in any more powerful. It just means that we can see it more visibly closer to Earth, and sort of that's why it seems a super full moon. It seems like it's very, very illuminated. The next question I got asked, or in the same emails and messages I got asked, was what does a blue moon mean? Now, a blue moon means it's something that we refer to, once in a blue moon, or that can only happen once in a blue moon. A blue moon means a second full moon in the same calendar month. It's rare. It's not something that happens every month, but we get a spate of them every now and then. We might have 3 or 4 in a year and we might go 10 years without one. So it's rare, it's unusual, but that's all it means is the second full moon in that calendar month. So yes, it might seem more powerful. It's not really any more powerful. It's just that the media hype it up a lot more. It was in Aquarius And it was sort of asking us to sort of think about things on an emotional front in a different way, sort of emotionally detached from the things that we could, try and look at things in a very logical, sort of practical manner, and not be maybe as emotional as we normally are. But I know a lot of people use the excuse, oh, well, it happened under the full moon. They're all raving lunatics. Well, yes, lunar does mean moon. And yes, some people are affected more by a full moon than other people. But I think that, you know, that's just who they are. And maybe it's just their cycle in the month of when their emotions are at a heightened place. And that might be why it always coincides around the full moon. I mean, a lot of people say to me, oh, I can't sleep under a full moon and I can't do this and I can't do that. Look, that's a matter of opinion. I think a lot of times we talk ourselves into these things because everybody else around us tells us they can't sleep. Well, then I can't sleep. You know, it's like we want to play follow the leader. Yes, I'm not saying for those people that religiously put their crystals out under the full moon to cleanse them, you know, that's a very personal thing. Everybody has their own personal way of looking after their own belongings, whether they be crystals, whether they be tarot cards, whether they be oracle cards or angel cards. I can't stress enough, do what feels right to you. You don't always have to follow the crowd. You know, spirituality or being psychic or listening to your own inner voice is about doing what feels right for you, not necessarily following the crowd like sheep. You know, we are individuals. We have our own opinions. We have our own ways of doing things. And that's got to be the way that it is. And, you know, look, I taught tarot and astrology for many, many, many years. And one of the first questions my students used to ask me is, how do you cleanse your tarot cards? And I used to say to them, shuffle them. You know, shuffle them, clear your mind. That's it. They're cleared. I can remember one class one night, one of the students got up to go to my kitchen sink and was filling up a sink full of water. They were going to wash them because they thought that's how you cleansed them. And that is a true story. So, you know, we all have a different interpretation of what a cleansing or a clearing is. You've got to do what works for you. When I used to see clients in a face-to-face situation in an exhibition or a trade show, the first thing I would do was hand the client my cards and say, give them a good shuffle. That was to get their energy, their input in it, and also to clear it. I would have already cleared the cards from the previous client by giving them a shuffle, putting them on the table. It was up to them to do their own little clearing and put their energy into the cards. But again, it's a very personal thing. Other people don't like anybody touching their cards, and that's their right. So, you know, whatever works for you is what works for you. Now we'll get down to the astrology section. We've got Mercury, the planet of communication, is conjunct or holding hands the sun in Leo. And happy birthday to all the Leos. We're in the last couple of degrees of Leo, so next week we'll be into the Virgo energy. So it's, you know, it's a time of year where a lot of people want to shine. It doesn't matter what your star sign is, that you sort of feel that you want to get out there and strut your stuff or get dressed up or go out and party or do something that brings some attention to you. Well, that's coming to a close, unfortunately. But with Mercury, the planet of communication here, we need to be careful that no matter what your star sign is, that you're not coming across as being very bossy, dictatorial, and you have got your listening ears on. And I know that's very hard to do because Mercury is still retrograde at the moment, that, you know, to keep your listening ears on seems very difficult, but it's something that we need to do. We need to be able to listen to what the other person is saying. And, you know, with this emphasis here sitting in Leo, yes, obviously it's going to affect the fire signs more, which is Leo, Sagittarius, Aries, and the opposite sign of Aquarius, but it is washing over the other 8 signs, so everybody needs to be very aware of their communication. Make sure that it's clear. Make sure you listen for the answer before you start running your mouth off or sort of start complaining that you didn't get the answer that you want. Maybe you didn't put your listening ears on and listen to exactly what was said. Still make sure that if you're signing a contract, read it out aloud, make sure that all the figures are in the right places, and make sure that you know what you're signing. Can't stress that enough. If I have to sign something under a Mercury retrograde, ever since I've been in astrology, I've always read it out aloud to myself, and I can't tell you how many times I've picked up a mistake that when I've read it with my eyes, it looked fine. When I've read it out aloud, that's when I've picked up the mistake. So good habit to get into. Luckily, Mercury only goes retrograde 3 times a year. We have Jupiter, the planet of expansion and opportunity, is conjunct or holding hands Mars. Mars is the planet of action. Mars is the planet that gets us out of bed of a morning, that says, come on, let's get going. Is sitting in Gemini. Now, this is definitely going to affect the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. And it's going to affect the opposite sign of Gemini, which is Sagittarius. but it will flow on to all the other signs, but maybe not quite as intensely as it is for those 4 particular signs. So Jupiter's coming in and saying, I can expand your world. I can give you everything that you want. You know, what have you dreamed of? Let's make it happen. But you've got to be careful that when you go to do something like that you've got the energy, you've got the drive, you've got the knowledge, you've got the tools to back this up. And that's where Mars comes in and says, well, okay, I can give you the drive and the energy. Have you got the backing? Have you got the finances in place? Have you got everything else in place? If not, well, then we need to get that in place in a very big hurry. So it is a time of golden opportunities. It's a time where opportunities can literally come out of nowhere, and particularly for Sagittarians, because it's opposite your sign. It's sort of like on one hand, yeah, I want it, and on the other hand, it's like, oh, do I really want that? So it's sort of like it's a double-edged sword, as in opportunities can come in and opportunities can sort of present themselves. You don't have to necessarily take every opportunity that comes. You've got to look at what it is that fits comfortably in your heart. You know, just because we're offered something doesn't mean we have to accept it. That goes for any of the 12 signs. You know, if you're offered something, say a new job, and you don't particularly like it, or you feel uncomfortable with it, or you're very happy with the job you've got, you can always gracefully decline and say, thank you very much. Look, I feel so privileged that you thought of me, or you thought I was the right person for the job, but I'm going to have to decline because I'm really happy where I am. I hope you understand, and I wish you luck, you know, finding the perfect candidate to fill the role. And, you know, that leaves everybody with a nice feeling in their tummy. So we have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Virgo. Now, this will obviously be the placement if any of the 12 signs are looking for love. We've got to look for it in a more practical, down-to-earth, logical sort of manner. So when you've got Venus in Virgo, Venus feels quite comfortable here. It doesn't feel uncomfortable because, you know, Virgo is sort of a little bit nitpicky, wants to be pedantic, wants everything to be right. And, of course, Venus with love wants everything to be right anyway because, you know, we don't want a rotten relationship. We want a great relationship. So Venus is quite comfortable here. Not necessarily is it its most comfortable position, but it feels quite at home here, that's for sure. So Venus is more affecting the earth signs, which is Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus, followed by Pisces. So it's saying to you guys, particularly, if you are searching for love, then go to places that you feel comfortable with. What brings a smile to your dial? There's no point in going down to the local gun club if you're a female because you want to meet men and you can't stand guns and you're terrified of them and it makes you, you know, feel very uncomfortable and you want to run away because you're not going to send out a good energy. You go to somewhere that you feel a natural affinity with. That's half the battle. And, you know, sometimes I think we become so obsessed that we must be in a relationship that we don't just let the universe present its opportunities or people to us. We're in such a tearing great hurry. I've got to be partnered. I've been out of a relationship for 5 minutes. I can't walk around by myself. Instead of allowing the process to sort of bring towards us the potential of people that we could fall in love with or the people that we're meant to have in our lives, we're in too much of a hurry to make it all happen yesterday. So going to places where Venus feels comfortable in Virgo would be places like gyms, anything connected with medical or health, anything that's self-interest. You know, if you're looking at improving yourself in some way, and sometimes that might just be joining a walking club or maybe joining a library and enhancing your information, your knowledge. You know, it's not just about gyms and hospitals. It's about anything that improves the quality of our lives is where Virgo rules. So it just happens to rule things like gyms and hospitals and medical procedures or, you know, taking better care of ourselves. And sometimes just by going for a walk in the park comes under that category of taking better care of ourselves. That, you know, we're getting up off the couch. We're going for a little stroll in the park. We mightn't be up to a full-blown, you know, fast-paced walk yet, but going for a stroll is getting everything moving, getting everything lubricated. You're out in the fresh air. You're enjoying nature. So anything along those lines if you're looking for love. So the moon currently is now sitting in Pisces. Yes, it's still the tail end of the full moon for the next few hours, but because the moon moves so fast and it moves through a sign in 2.5 days, it's already 13 degrees into Pisces, even though it's the tail end of the full moon. So it is conjunct or holding hands Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction. So our emotions might feel a little bit choked at the moment or might feel a little bit, I'm feeling emotional, but at the same time, I'm trying to pull myself back into gear and say, don't be silly. That's a silly thought. Being a little bit tougher on yourself, which is also conjunct to the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not a planet. It's where we look for in the chart where we feel most comfortable, where we sort of feel the most fortunate. So at the moment, we have an opportunity to understand any of those stray emotions that might have been troubling us over the last few days or even the last few months, pulling them into some sort of order and sort of saying, okay, now I fully understand what that was. And once I do that, then I feel very fortunate in myself that everything is becoming a lot better and feeling a lot better in ourselves. And that's a good thing, because I think the last few months, particularly since about May, have been really tough on most signs as far as emotional situations go. You've had a plethora of things pulling you in 1,000 different directions, and it's a nice time to just exhale and say, phew, we got through that, that we can take a moment or two for ourselves and just readjust our thinking, readjust our emotions, and get ready for, what we call the pointy end of the year as we head towards all the holiday seasons and, everything sort of gears up as we enter that last, quarter of the year. And we're not far off that now. So, we need to sort of regain our emotional and well-being to get ready for the busy season. We're going to talk with Regina in Springfield, Illinois. Are you there, Regina?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you? Yes, I can hear you, darling.
Yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yes, I'm going back and forth about where I want to travel during the holiday season toward the end of the month, and I'm going back and forth out, and I'm just beating myself up with if I should focus on the warmer weather or have a nonstop flight, or because it's colder where I live, and I just want to stop having this energy that I might make the wrong decision. And I want to always come from a positive place. And I want to know if you can help me with some tips or something, or give me advice on how I should focus next time while I'm planning this trip, so I can apply it and do the healing from what I need to learn from the lesson that I guess I keep hanging on to. And it's a moon season right now, energy, so it's perfect timing.
Yeah, look, it's always a dilemma when we've got more than one choice, and particularly when we're planning sort of holidays. Look, I think probably the golden rule is take everybody else out of the equation. Look at what's going to make your heart sing. That's the most important thing. I mean, I think as we get older and we're pulled in so many different directions to be with different family members and friends and things over the holiday season, it becomes very stressful that we sort of think, if I go there, I'm going to upset this one. If I do that, I'm going to upset that one. No. Let's forget who you're going to upset or who's going to be happy or who's going to feel like they've won the lottery. Come back to what do you want? What's going to make your heart sing? What's going to make your holiday season? What's going to make you feel better, Maria, than what pleasing everybody else? We can never please everybody all the time. So we've got to come back to pleasing you. What is going to make you feel better? And what they're showing me from the other side is that you've been too giving for too long. It's now time to put you at the front of the queue instead of at the end of the queue. You've got to be number one. So what is it that's going to make your heart sing? If you live in a cold climate, you're always dreaming of being somewhere warm and sunny and sort of the sand between your toes, and that's what you dream of, then maybe that's the answer, because that's what your soul is sort of saying you need for your own recovery, for you to feel like, wow, that's been the best holiday I've ever had. I got to spend it with family, but I also got to sort of, spend some time in the sun, warm up the cold bones, and I've come back refreshed. I mean, I think we try and please too many people too many times. And, while that's a nice thing to do, we've got to put ourselves at number one in the queue occasionally too. And you've never been able to do that, Maria. So I hope that sort of helped you a little bit understand how to maybe make the decision of where to go this holiday season. Yes,
where I wanted to go. That's no, it was nothing to do with them. I'm to myself a lot anyway. No, it was just a matter of where, if I wanted to go to a particular place. I like going to the Caribbean and where in the Caribbean, and I just don't like that I'm always beating myself up of where should I go, and should I matter if it's a nonstop flight, do I buy insurance, all that stuff. And I'm tired of doing that. You know, I just want to make a decision and don't go back and forth with it and just stay in it. And I just wonder if there's some healing or something I need to release. Because I'm not a people pleaser like that at all. I keep to myself a lot.
I disagree with that, because what they were showing me from the other side and on your soul, even though you don't believe that you're a people pleaser, you have always done that, even on an unconscious level. You've looked at, okay, well, if I do, yeah, that's what they're showing me, and I can't argue with spirit.
Okay,
you can, I can't. But they're saying to me that there will be, you'll have a dream about what is the right answer. So until that happens, they're not going to share with me what they think they believe is right, because you need to sort of, it's not so much that there's any healing that needs to take place. I think that you've done a lot of work on yourself, and that's good. And I think we get to a point where we sort of start to think that there's got to be another reason why I feel this way, not just I do. You know, we're constantly searching for secondary or third meanings to a situation instead of just going with the flow and saying, okay, well, I got out of bed this morning and I'm cranky because I'm cranky, or whatever the case may be. That, you know, sometimes I think we overthink it. And that's what I feel you're doing here, is overthinking it. And they were showing me that even though you don't agree, that you don't put yourself last, they're showing me that you have done, whether it's been conscious or unconscious, and this time it's got to be more about what suits you. It's not a matter of what anybody else might think or anybody else suggests. You will get the answer in a dream, won't be very far away, and then it'll seem very easy, and it's like, bang, 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 I can just make those choices. Anyway, Maria, that's where we're going to leave it. We've got to talk with Graciela in St. Petersburg in Florida. Graciela, I'm sorry, sweetie, I probably pronounced that wrong. How can I help you?
That's fine. I think you did.
You have a question I can answer for you, darling?
Not really. Just like to know what's going on with me.
Okay. While I was sort of getting your name wrong, they were showing me symbolism for endings, change and transformation. So I hope you're going to share with us that you have been working through some changes in your life in the last few months, making things more streamlined. Yeah, good. Okay. Because they were just showing me that they want you to stay on that same directory. It's not a race. We don't have to run. We can do it at a pace that suits you, but just keep going with what you're doing, because whatever changes you've been bringing in, and they were showing me from about probably late May, early June, it's like I just want it to sort of tick over. Just, let's just keep it going. It's good. And they were also showing me that there'd been a health scare somewhere in this last 12 months. Was that you, or was somebody close to you?
What was that? I didn't get it.
There'd been a health scare. So was that your health that you had to make some changes with, or was it somebody that was very close to you?
Maybe somebody that was close to me, but not me.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked that, because they were saying to me, whoever it was, that there's definite improvement there now. It's like, this, we can open the door to the sunshine, that, the dark days of that are gone. You may not have been told about this yet. This is something I think somebody's going to ring and share with you, and you're going to go, oh my goodness gracious, why didn't you tell me this before? But whoever this is, it's a female, and I don't think it wasn't the fact that they didn't want to trouble you. I just think when it was going on, they just didn't have enough energy to sort of let everybody know. Do you know what I mean? All their focus was getting well, and rightly so. But I can assure you, whatever it is behind them, and they're going to live a long life. It's not the end. So, yes, you'll be upset when you hear the news, but remember what I said. This is just the beginning. It's all good. So the other thing that they were showing me was the fact that I'm not sure that you're going to move, but you seem to be moving things around where you're living. Is that what you've been doing? Going through things, moving things around, deciding what is useful and what isn't? That doesn't necessarily
renovating.
Is that what you're doing? Okay. But they were saying to me that you weren't moving, that, whatever you're moving things around for is good. You're going to be happy with that. So that's good.
Okay.
I don't know that there's much that I can really share with you that you don't already know about where your life's going, because every time I sort of try and ask your soul, well, what's next? And they say, well, she's got all the answers. And I don't like it when they do that to me, because I want to be able to give you something that you don't already know. But when they when I keep asking them in different ways and they keep giving me the same answer, then that means that you're very in tune with where your life is heading at the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've really sort of listened to yourself and sort of not been in a hurry, but sort of, taken it at your own pace and said, okay, renovations need to happen because of this. And, you're making the right choices and the right decisions. You've been working on yourself. You're sort of not allowing people, I think, to annoy you anymore like you used to. Once upon a time, I think you sort of felt that you had to sort of be there for everybody. But now you sort of look at it and think, oh, well, you can do that yourself. I don't need to help you.
Yes.
And that's a good place to be. You're not being nasty in any way. You're just looking at the situation for what it is and deciding whether you need to have an input in it or not. And if you don't, you say, well, that's your, you can handle that. And that's good. You delegate.
That's true.
And I think that's a good thing, because you didn't delegate for a long time. So it's your turn to sort of shine now. But what they are showing me from the other side, and I don't know how to tie this in with it, whether there was anybody in your family that played the trumpet.
Yes.
Well, they're showing me, I'm assuming it's a man, but I've got this man playing the trumpet and he's really happy. It's like as if this is a celebration of some kind. And that's why I said I don't know how to tie that in. That's all the message was this man playing the trumpet.
Young or old?
What, sweetie?
The person young or old?
I couldn't see that far because they were in the distance, and all I could see was the trumpet that they were blowing and the thing going backwards and forwards, and they seemed, the music felt very upbeat to me, like very positive, sort of. It wasn't maudlin or negative. It was positive, as if I was celebrating something.
Okay.
And they were really excited about it. This trumpet was going backwards and forwards as if it was, it was really something to celebrate. So I'm taking from that, whoever this is, and I know it's a male, I'd be guessing if I gave you an age, because I can't see the face, clearly enough to sort of give you an age, but I know that they were very close to you, a very important part of your family, and this message, they're saying to me, you will work it out. There's something that you're going to be really, really celebrating. New Orleans was another thing that came up around it. It reminded me of music from New Orleans. Now, they might not have a connection to New Orleans. Maybe that's just symbolism that they're showing me that I can understand. But it was that sort of upbeat, sort of New Orleans sort of vibe.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I can't be more clear than that and give you what it's supposed to mean, but that's all they gave me. Anyway, sweetie, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show again. It's interesting how that messages from Spirit sometimes aren't always as we expect them to be. That, we have a certain thing in our mind that how we want a message to be conveyed to us. And Spirit says, no, you're not looking at it right, or you're not understanding it clearly. Again, coming back to Mercury retrograde. And they will be adamant about it. They will not let go of it. If they know that they're right and the other person that I'm trying to convey a message to isn't listening or isn't absorbing it in the right way, Spirit will continue to go on and say, no, that's not right. And it's up to me. It's not for me to sit in judgment. I can only pass on the messages. I'm just a conduit that gets the information that passes it on to the person that we're dealing with on the show. So I want to be very clear on that. But not always do we agree with a message that's being relayed to us from Spirit because we don't understand it, or it wasn't what we were expecting, or it didn't resonate with us at the time because we were looking for a particular answer to a particular question. So that's why that sort of happens. That's why I always ask, do you have a question? So I'm going to leave you with a very, very old song today. And for most people that know me, I'm not a big country and western fan, but this particular sort of person, I really liked his music, and I sort of, listened to it a long, long time ago, and it was something that came back into my mind this week, and it's John Denver and Country Road. And I think we can all relate to the words in that song, Take Me Home, Country Road. So until next week, bye for now.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Carrie Lyon, Lyons. This is Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, and I'm very happy to see you. Well, I can't actually see you, but I can see with my heart. And I'm sitting here staring at my phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for your call. And I'm here to answer with a lot of honesty. That doesn't sound right. Mostly harmless.